segundo dia do seminário do INCT-INEU, do Instituto Nacional de Ciência e Tecnologia para Estudos sobre os Estados Unidos, o seminário O Governo Trump, as eleições de 2020 e a crise política norte-americana, que acontece desde o dia de ontem. E essa primeira mesa do dia de hoje tem por tema 2020, eleições em tempos difíceis. Meu nome é Frederico de Almeida, sou professor da Unicamp, sou pesquisador do INEU e estou aqui para fazer a moderação dessa primeira mesa do dia de hoje, que conta com a participação da Celi Cook Natome, pesquisadora do INEU e também da Unicamp, e da Débora Figueiredo Mendonça do Prado, da Universidade Federal de Uberlândia. Nós combinamos que cada apresentadora vai ter 20 minutos para fala. Eu vou cuidar aqui do controle do tempo, vou avisá-las quando tiver faltando 5 minutos para concluir, e depois nós ainda temos um tempo para o debate. Então, sem mais delongas, agradecendo muito todo mundo que está aqui assistindo o seminário, e também Márcio e Michael, que estão aqui na nossa equipe de suporte, agradecendo muito Celi e Débora por terem topado fazer essa conversa com a gente hoje. Eu passo, então, a palavra para a Celi, para a sua fala. 20 minutos, Celi, muito obrigado.
Bom dia, todos me ouvem normal?
Sim.
Tá. Bom dia a todas e a todos, bom dia Frederico e Débora, é um prazer estar aqui com vocês hoje. Eu gostaria de agradecer ao Sebastião, a Neuza, a Tati Teixeira, a Tati Carlotti pela organização desse evento, e agradecer também pelo convite para estar aqui e apresentar alguns resultados bem iniciais da pesquisa que eu vim realizando ao longo deste ano de 2020, e que é uma continuidade do que eu vinha fazendo desde 2019, né? Minha fala aqui vai se centrar em 4 pontos, e antes de apresentar os resultados iniciais da pesquisa, você pode passar o slide, por favor, Michael, ou Márcio, não sei quem é que está passando. Antes de apresentar os resultados iniciais da pesquisa, eu vou justificar a minha inserção nessa mesa, né, falando rapidamente sobre algumas questões que envolvem a Suprema Corte, questões eleitorais e direitos de voto. Depois eu entro mais especificamente no meu tema de pesquisa, apresentando alguns estudiosos que estão falando acerca do futuro incerto dos direitos civis, mesmo com a vitória do Joe Biden. Num terceiro momento, eu vou falar sobre o projeto, ou sobre a política de direitos conservadora, da forma como ela vem sendo construída, e, por fim, eu vou apresentar o que é o banco de dados, que eu estou montando ainda, mas que já dá para mostrar alguns resultados bem preliminares. Bom, tendo como ponto de partida o nome dessa mesa, Eleições em Tempos de Crise, eu acredito que cabe a mim aqui falar mais propriamente de uma parte desses tempos difíceis, né, do porquê deles estarem difíceis, se eles podem continuar assim, do que propriamente falar das eleições, tema para o qual os nossos colegas do INEU já falaram e ainda vão falar com muito mais competência e sabedoria do que eu. Contudo, eu acredito que, ao tratar dos tempos difíceis, especificamente dentro do tema do poder político do judiciário, eu acabo levantando questões e problemas que foram muito importantes para as eleições de 2020 e que também serão importantes para as próximas eleições, penso eu. E eu recupero aqui um textinho que eu fiz para o Panorama do OPEU em novembro deste ano, e que trata particularmente do impacto das decisões judiciais da Suprema Corte na questão eleitoral e nos direitos de voto. Dentre os autores que eu li, um dos principais foi o Richard Hasen. Você poderia passar o slide, por favor? Um dos autores principais que eu li, né, foi o Richard Hasen, que acredito que todos conhecem. O Felipe Loureiro falou dele, inclusive, em um dos programas Diálogos INEU. E o Hasen é especialista em direito eleitoral e em direitos de voto nos Estados Unidos, e ele olha bastante para a atuação do Poder Judiciário nessa área. O Hasen vem escrevendo assiduamente sobre o papel que o Poder Político Judiciário vem desempenhando nessa área, e ele chama atenção, sobretudo, para o papel visivelmente partidário que a Suprema Corte e outras cortes federais de apelação, mas, sobretudo, a Suprema Corte, tem desempenhado nas últimas décadas, sempre em função dos votos da maioria conservadora, né? Ele analisa, por exemplo, decisões da Suprema Corte sobre questões de redistritamento eleitoral, relacionadas aos gerrymanderings partidários, tem também analisado as leis estaduais restritivas de registro eleitoral, que alguns dizem que são verdadeiros expurgos eleitorais, né, que tem acontecido, além de outras questões que envolvem financiamento de campanha. E o Racing vem concluindo, infelizmente, que não dá para esperar dessa Suprema Corte, nem mesmo das Cortes Federais de Apelação, nenhuma resposta com relação aos riscos e à fragilidade dos direitos de voto. E ele diz que essa Suprema Corte, ou a sua maioria conservadora, vem se utilizando de 3 ferramentas doutrinárias centrais. Uma é a chamada falsa ingenuidade, que é aplicada geralmente para descartar argumentos de caráter científico sobre o sistema eleitoral americano. A segunda é a presunção de boa-fé legislativa, utilizada para descartar as contestações de leis estaduais restritivas do direito de voto. E a terceira é a que ele denominou de limpeza de hostilidades, né, mobilizada para remover a vertente discriminatória de determinadas ações ou leis estaduais. E todas essas 3 ferramentas, segundo Racing, têm ajudado, cada uma à sua maneira, a esvaziar a importante lei de direito de voto de 1965, né, que foi tão importante para garantir o direito de voto da população negra. E pensando que agora nós temos uma Suprema Corte com uma maioria conservadora ainda mais fortalecida, né, com a entrada da Amy Coney Barrett, as perspectivas para a continuação desses tipos de decisão parecem que vão permanecer. Alguns estudos importantes têm sido um pouco menos pessimistas, mostrando que, por mais que os estados estejam fazendo leis restritivas do direito de voto, isso tem impactado muito pouco sobre o comparecimento ou sobre a participação eleitoral dos cidadãos. Contudo, esses mesmos estudos também ressalvam que essa participação eleitoral não tem decaído muito por conta de esforços muito grandes feitos pelo Partido Democrata para garantir que as pessoas possam exercer seu direito de voto, né? E para o Racing isso já é bastante grave, porque não deveria ter que existir esse tipo de esforço para garantir que as pessoas possam votar, né? Um direito básico, afinal, de uma democracia. Você pode mudar o slide, por favor, Michael? Agora, entrando especificamente na minha pesquisa, e pensando um pouco nos impactos que pode ter a vitória do Joe Biden para o futuro dos direitos civis nos Estados Unidos, e olhando para o Poder Judiciário, eu tendo a ter um posicionamento mais cauteloso e não tão festivo, assim como o Racing tem com relação aos direitos de voto, mas isso terá que ser analisado empiricamente. Digo isso, né, que a gente vai ter que analisar empiricamente, por quê? Porque recentemente nós tivemos uma decisão da Suprema Corte, antes mesmo da entrada da juíza Amy Coney Barrett, que julgou como ilegal, né, a discriminação de homossexuais e transgêneros no ambiente de trabalho. E o voto da maioria foi dado por Neil Gorsuch, que foi uma indicação do Trump para a Suprema Corte. Ao mesmo tempo, né, é possível perceber que em nenhum momento da decisão o Gorsuch adotou uma interpretação constitucional à maneira conservadora, né, à maneira progressista, e ele foi estritamente textualista em seu voto, ou seja, ele interpretou a Constituição e os estatutos da maneira conservadora, por mais que alguns juízes e setores conservadores tenham chiado a beça neste momento. Então, é preciso investigar empiricamente qual será o resultado desse judiciário conservador para os direitos civis, e é um pouco isso que eu tenho tentado fazer. A minha cautela vem, sobretudo, porque nós sabemos que um dos maiores legados deixados por Donald Trump foi um judiciário conservador, né, que foi uma promessa de campanha que ele fez para os setores religiosos conservadores. Ele indicou em apenas um mandato um total de 215 juízes federais e um total de 53 juízes para as cortes de apelação, né, federal, revertendo 3 dessas cortes, que antes eram de maioria liberal e agora são de maioria conservadora. E ele colocou seus juízes em 11 das 13 cortes de apelação do país. E esses juízes federais são marcados por ter um passado bastante polêmico com relação à defesa de direitos civis básicos, né, sobretudo dos grupos tidos como minoritários, ou seja, mulheres, negros, estrangeiros e LGBTs. Eles constroem uma visão muito diferenciada, né, do que são os direitos civis, diferentemente do que foi estabelecido a partir dos anos 60. Além disso, as Cortes Federais de Apelação, que é o objeto empírico da minha pesquisa, são responsáveis por dar a última palavra em cerca de 80% dos casos que entram na Justiça Federal Americana, ou seja, os juízes das Cortes de Apelação estabelecem os entendimentos e o que deve ser definido enquanto direito pelas instituições federais. Muitos estudos, inclusive um estudo muito abrangente feito pela Lee Epstein, pelo William Land e pelo Posner, tem mostrado que os juízes federais de apelação são menos propensos a seguirem posicionamentos contrários à jurisprudência da Suprema Corte ou a discordar de seus colegas, independente se o conteúdo da decisão for liberal ou conservador. Contudo, alguns estudos muito recentes, empreendidos pelo Federal Judicial Center, já vem mostrando que a taxa de dissenso entre os juízes vem aumentando quando tem a presença dos juízes de Trump nos julgamentos. E também podemos lembrar, né, que na lista de juízes indicados por Trump, muitos adotavam um posicionamento de rebeldia com relação às decisões progressistas da Suprema Corte, e alguns que já eram juízes em outras cortes menores já atuavam dessa maneira, né? Então, é preciso olhar com mais calma para isso. De que forma eu acredito que nós devemos olhar para esses juízes, para suas decisões? Eu parto do pressuposto de que, mesmo que seu voto dissidente, né, o voto dissidente desses juízes, ocupem somente o espaço da dissidência, ou seja, não se efetivando enquanto decisão da Corte de Apelação, esse voto tem força na construção e no fortalecimento da política de direitos conservadora, da qual eu vou falar agora, né? Pode passar o slide, por favor. Acredito que é importante a gente olhar com mais calma para a política de direitos conservadora, para conseguir ver um pouco o que pode vir mais à frente, né? Acredito que precisamos cobrir um grande gap que temos na nossa forma de olhar para a política de direitos conservadora, um gap, inclusive, que eu tinha e ainda tenho, e acredito que ainda terei, de tentar entender, compreender, não o que é caricatural e superficial a esse movimento, né, mas também suas argumentações e diversidades internas, e também as formas pelas quais eles cresceram, se multiplicaram, e que permitiram a eles atingir postos e cargos importantes dentro do Estado americano. E aqui entra muito das discussões que já teve nas mesas passadas, sobre os acordos históricos feitos entre conservadores e democratas na história americana. E o título da minha apresentação, né, de hoje, que tem uma frase dita por um conservador muito importante, que é o Thomas Smith, que ele é professor de Direito na Universidade de San Diego e foi conselheiro econômico do Reagan. Ele diz assim, né, Roma não queimou em um dia, para explicar que os conservadores são muito pacientes, eles são muito meticulosos, articulados e cuidadosos na construção do seu mundo, né, com seus princípios e valores. E assim eles atuaram, sobretudo, a partir dos anos 60, em que perderam consecutivamente nas cortes do país, e foram colocados de escanteio em universidades, postos no governo e no judiciário, né? E esses conservadores que se sentiram deslocados pela ideologia hegemônica da época foram construindo outros lugares onde eles poderiam expressar seu descontentamento e construir outras formas de olhar o mundo. Então, você tem universitários de grandes universidades que se sentiam deslocados por conta da ideologia liberal dos seus professores e do ensino que era dado, passaram a criar grupos que chamaram aos poucos professores, organizações da sociedade civil, que já estavam em construção e em andamento, igrejas, escolas, e com isso eles foram construindo outra forma de ler o mundo, outra forma de ler especificamente a Constituição e os direitos, quase que num movimento de baixo para cima, ou com muita proximidade com juristas conservadores, né, formando e criando, construindo novos juristas conservadores. Eles criaram revistas populares, programas e rádios de TV, criaram grupos de discussão de cidadãos sobre a Constituição, né, documentários, filmes e uma porção de outras formas de comunicar a sua visão de mundo. Eles foram, aos poucos, conquistando lugares importantes nas instituições do Estado, como no Departamento de Justiça, mais tarde Departamento de Educação e de Saúde, e também de Segurança. E, embora no governo Reagan a gente já começa a assistir a esse processo de ascensão dos conservadores nas instituições, é com o governo do George W. Bush que isso se sedimenta, né, sobretudo no Departamento de Justiça. Eles foram, aos poucos, galgando cargos de juízes, colocando seus representantes em cortes importantes, inclusive na Suprema Corte. E o que a literatura sobre esse processo todo aponta é que o governo Trump se apresenta não como o início desse processo, né, ou como um ponto fora da curva na história da democracia americana, né, mas como o auge ou o ápice do movimento conservador, né, pelo menos o ápice institucional. E a conformação do judiciário do jeito que está é a constatação mais clara disso e que permanecerá pelo futuro. Pode passar o slide, por gentileza. Quanto tempo eu tenho ainda? Ainda está dentro? Imagino que sim. Tá. Diante disso, eu construí um banco de dados, né? Estou construindo ainda esse banco de dados, em que eu consiga mapear a vida pregressa dos juízes federais de apelação, mas não somente para contar ou quantificar os lugares e cargos por onde eles passaram, tá? Mas, sobretudo, para entender a força desses lugares e desses cargos na conformação dos seus entendimentos sobre direitos civis. Então, o banco possui informações sobre os 53 juízes das Cortes Federais de Apelação, buscando saber as universidades em que eles estudaram, se deram aulas nessas universidades, que cursos eles ministraram, quais escritórios de advocacia eles trabalharam, quais organizações e associações eles fizeram parte, se ocuparam cargos políticos, se ocuparam cargos no judiciário, se fizeram campanha política e para quem, né, se assinaram declarações contra o que eles chamam de supremacia judicial, como a Declaração de Manhattan, quais igrejas ou organizações religiosas eles pertenceram e qual era a sua função nessas organizações. Além de entrevistas, artigos, palestras e temas que eles deram por todas essas redes associativas. Além disso, o banco também procura catalogar e analisar as decisões judiciais tomadas por esses juízes depois de empossados, especificamente em temas de direitos civis. Qual é a ideia central? Verificar se essa rede de associativismo prévio dos juízes para buscar os lugares e os cargos que mais ligaram esses juízes e depois estudar a função desses lugares e cargos na construção da política de direitos conservadora, né, para contrapor com as decisões judiciais por eles tomadas. Ainda não tenho resultado para apresentar sobre as decisões judiciais, mas tem alguns apontamentos sobre a rede associativa desses juízes. O Federal Judicial Center tem trabalhado com essas questões também, mas mais pelo lado quantitativo, o que ajuda bastante, obviamente, mas eles não entram na questão da construção da concepção de direitos desses lugares e cargos, que é o que eu estou tentando fazer. Já existem alguns estudos voltados para análise desses lugares, né, e cargos, né, que eu estou utilizando, obviamente, mas não existem para outros. E depois eu preciso fazer análise conjunta com os entendimentos que eles deram nas suas decisões judiciais. Bom, pode passar para o próximo slide, que é o último. Então, alguns lugares e funções que conectaram esses juízes. Aí eu apresento um slide meio a maneira Dallagnol da vida, né, mas está entre a convicção e entre a prova, né, ainda é um negócio em andamento, mas é algo que dá para a gente pensar um pouco. As universidades federais, as universidades por onde eles passaram, você tem as faculdades de Direito de Harvard, Yale, Stanford e Chicago, inclusive foram nessas universidades que começou o movimento de estudantes conservadores que se sentiram deslocados pela hegemonia liberal nos cursos de Direito. 3 estudantes foram responsáveis por esse movimento, que é o Steven Calabrese, Lee Lieberman e David McIntosh. Eles foram responsáveis pela fundação da Federalist Society, que se espalhou por diversas universidades no país e atualmente é o maior ponto das ideias conservadoras, tendo diversos juízes como parte dela, inclusive o ídolo conservador já falecido, Antonin Scalia, e também o Clarence Thomas, da Suprema Corte, né? E eles conseguem fazer lobbies para a presença de seus membros em cargos chaves dentro do Departamento de Justiça, né? Você tem escritórios de advocacia, como o Jones Day, que é uma grande firma de advocacia que representou diversas associações de planos de saúde contra o Obamacare. Você tem organizações religiosas, né, que, embora elas sejam bastante diversificadas, a origem dessas organizações é, em sua maioria, católica, o que me pareceu bastante surpreendente no primeiro momento, né? Mas depois, lendo 2 trabalhos recentes sobre esse tema, é possível ver que o papel do pensamento e da filosofia católica na formação do pensamento conservador, inclusive unificando diversas correntes do cristianismo, especialmente na questão do aborto, do casamento homoafetivo e da visão do Estado cristão, é muito forte. Você tem as associações, né, ou think tanks, como a gente pode pensar, que é a Federalist Society, que tem uma grande capilaridade na sociedade e no Estado. Você tem cargos políticos importantes, como o Departamento de Justiça, muitos passam pelo Departamento de Justiça, né, quase como que obrigatório. Você tem cargos no no judiciário, desculpa, em que eles auxiliam juízes importantes do movimento conservador, além de cargos em cortes distritais federais, campanhas políticas, muitos fizeram campanhas políticas para o George W. Bush, né, que foi essencial para a sedimentação da interpretação originalista da Constituição e do direito. Eles dão palestras e cursos universitários sobre temas como o originalismo, restrição na atuação do judiciário, né, o papel do Antonin Scalia, tem muita palestra sobre isso, né, o Antonin Scalia é um negócio, assim, bastante divulgado entre os conservadores, né, e eu termino essa apresentação com uma citação de um conservador muito importante para a gente entender mais ou menos qual foi o ponto de partida desses conservadores ao iniciar o seu movimento. Ele diz assim: esse país seria muito melhor com mais federalismo e mais descentralização, com um presidente que tenha mais poder para gerenciar a burocracia. Esse país seria muito melhor se nós não abortássemos 1 milhão de bebês por ano, como nós temos feito desde 1973. Se os estudantes pudessem rezar e ler a Bíblia nas escolas públicas e os 10 mandamentos fossem pregados em espaços públicos. Se os cidadãos pudessem se engajar em discursos políticos centrais, contribuindo com o que eles quisessem contribuir. Se nós pudéssemos cultivar nosso trigo e nossas fazendas sem interferência federal. Se os criminosos nunca saíssem da cadeia por causa da idiotice da regra de exclusão. Se nossas casas não fossem confiscadas por agentes que atuam em conluio com o governo estatal e local, e se os governos não aprovassem leis colocando a obrigatoriedade de contratos. Este é o Stephen Calabrese, que estava no início do movimento conservador dentro das universidades, que foi um fundador da Federalist Society, né, que se espalhou aí a partir do governo Reagan e principalmente a partir do governo Bush e atingiu o seu ápice no governo Trump. Para terminar, uma última palavra rápida sobre a questão do racismo e o poder judiciário. O Mark Tushnet, escreveu um livro, né, bem recente, agora não lembro se é de 2019, 2020, em que ele questiona a ordem constitucional que está se formando a partir de agora. Né, ele diz que com certeza é uma ordem constitucional conservadora, mas ele não sabe definir exatamente qual é, né, porque é um pouco diferente do que vinha sendo construído. E ele ressalta o seguinte, que esse judiciário está no seguinte momento, de olhar para as questões sobre discriminação e falar, olha, já tivemos bastante leis, já tivemos bastante políticas, muitas políticas para questões para questões afirmativas, para as minorias, né? Não é mais necessário isso, porque a nossa sociedade já superou o seu passado racista, não temos mais estados com leis racistas, então nós não precisamos mais desse tipo de garantia, que é exatamente o que está acontecendo com a lei de direitos de voto dentro da Suprema Corte. Se isso vai passar para as Cortes Federais de Apelação, é algo a ser investigado. Muito obrigada pelo tempo, desculpa se eu ultrapassei alguma coisa, e é isso.
Obrigado, Celi, pela sua apresentação. Não, passou um pouquinho só, mas ficou dentro do tempo aqui. Obrigado, muito interessante. Então, eu já passo para a Débora Prado, da Universidade Federal de Uberlândia, agradecendo mais uma vez pela sua disponibilidade de participar do evento. Então, Débora, fica à vontade.
Oi, gente, bom dia, tudo bem? Todos me ouvem? Estão ouvindo bem? Então tá ótimo. Quero primeiro agradecer a oportunidade de participar desse seminário. Eu acho que, enfim, tem sido debates de alta qualidade. Eu acompanhei o dia de ontem também. Quero parabenizar a apresentação da Celi. Eu acho que a gente vai conversar em vários momentos aí, né, no nosso debate. E quero agradecer, né, a todos que tiveram direta e indiretamente organizando esse evento, né? Parabenizar também o professor Sebastião, a Neuza, a Tatiana Carlotti, a Tatiana Teixeira. Bom dia para você também, Frederico, e agradeço aí a mediação. E a minha apresentação, eu me perguntei muito sobre a questão do tema, né, que foi apontado para o seminário, sobre a questão das eleições dos Estados Unidos. Eu não vou falar exatamente sobre isso, mas a respeito acho que o que aconteceu no cenário doméstico norte-americano que contribui um pouco para a gente entender, né, o resultado das eleições. Acho que eu vou caminhar mais por esse sentido, trazendo uma discussão que eu já tenho feito na minha pesquisa sobre o federalismo norte-americano, né, e entendendo os Estados Unidos enquanto uma nação dividida. E eu acho que isso, e aí o título da minha apresentação vai nesse caminho, né? O federalismo americano em tempos de Covid, né? De pandemia do novo coronavírus, e como isso vai expor essa nação dividida, né? As questões que envolvem a estrutura do sistema federativo norte-americano, né? E, nesse sentido, a minha fala ela vai se organizar basicamente em 3 pontos. Eu vou falar muito rapidamente sobre as características do federalismo americano, e os choques, no segundo momento, a crise da Covid-19 e os choques, né, que nós temos enfrentado ainda, né, nós estamos num contexto de pandemia, e os choques entre o Trump e os governadores nos Estados Unidos desde o início do mês de março. E aí eu tenho tentado, eu vou apresentar ainda um resultado preliminar dessa pesquisa, que eu ainda não finalizei, e eu tenho feito um mapeamento da cronologia da pandemia desde o início do ano, né, e quais têm sido as ações adotadas pelos governadores e a reação do Trump, o que o Trump tem feito, o que o governo federal fez ou deixou de fazer, e como isso tem impactado a discussão sobre os impactos no federalismo norte-americano, né. E aí eu achei muito interessante uma reportagem uma análise também que eu vi na The Atlantic, que eles falam que a pandemia ela contribuiu para que os governadores, os estados, tivessem uma nova musculatura, né? Eles se fortalecessem em um contexto que seria uma espécie de uma era pós federalismo presidencial, né? Tipo, do império do presidente Trump, né? Porque era um federalismo que desde os anos 60 tem a todo momento reforçado a centralização do governo federal, a necessidade de centralizar, de modo que o país haja como uma única voz. Isso foi testado nesse novo momento. E aí eu tenho algumas perguntas assim de pesquisa que eu gostaria de entender melhor, que eu vou apresentar para vocês aqui, estou tentando analisar, basicamente, se o fracasso, né, do governo dos Estados Unidos no enfrentamento da pandemia, ele expõe, né, esse problema mais estrutural dos limites do sistema americano, do sistema federalista americano, ou se esse fracasso está mais diretamente relacionado ao federalismo trumpista, que é um termo que eu vim colocar aqui, né, nesse sentido de que é um governo negacionista, um governo de extrema-direita, e ele rejeitou a todo momento a pandemia. Em vários momentos, eu vou falar um pouco na apresentação sobre como ele deixou todo o gerenciamento da crise da pandemia no colo dos governadores, né? E quais são as relações, que é um momento que eu quero fazer na pesquisa, qual que é a relação que isso tem numa análise comparada com o governo brasileiro, né, que seria o federalismo bolsonarista, que é um termo que a literatura aqui no Brasil já tem utilizado para apontar esse modelo federalista bolsonarista, né, do federalismo bolsonarista no Brasil, e quais seriam as aproximações que a gente consegue fazer nesse contexto, né. Bom, então, no primeiro momento, muito rapidamente, assim, eu só queria apontar que a estrutura, né, do federalismo americano, ele esse debate sobre a autonomia, né, dos governadores, dos estados e do governo federal já é presente desde os federalistas, né, e dos arranjos que foram possíveis construir no país, de modo a formar um federalismo que a gente chama de federalismo cooperativo ou federalismo dual no primeiro momento, que é aquele onde a gente identifica mais choques, né, que o Edward Corwin vai definir o federalismo dual como um sistema em que o governo nacional ele é apenas um dos poderes enumerados, com poderes limitados, e os estados também têm poder nesse cenário, mas aí depois a gente vai definir na história dos Estados Unidos a teoria do federalismo cooperativo, né? Entendendo que os Estados Unidos estabeleceram um arranjo cooperativo entre os entes federativos e uma relação intergovernamental que permitia isso a partir aí o fortalecimento disso já a partir do governo Roosevelt, uma garantia da soberania estatal com a garantia da autonomia dos estados. Apesar desse federalismo cooperativo, ao longo da história norte-americana, a gente observa várias tensões entre estados e governo federal, né, nas mais diversas áreas na política internacional, como, por exemplo, a questão da imigração e a questão do meio ambiente, que foram e que tem sido objeto de análise aí. Então, a gente percebe que a Sager levanta aí muito isso, que na arena internacional a cooperação e o conflito andam de lado a lado no federalismo americano, né? E o que a gente observa agora nesse contexto de pandemia é que os atritos entre o presidente, né, e os governadores durante a pandemia, ele é um resultado e ele pode ser identificado justamente por conta desse modelo, né? Tem um autor que fez uma análise, Donald, ele fez uma análise sobre o governo agora e publicou um livro em 2020, agora falando sobre os Estados Unidos, uma nação dividida, e ele vai apontar que nenhum outro país teve um nível de fricção entre governo nacional e governos subnacionais tão alto quanto nos Estados Unidos, né? Os Estados Unidos, então, eles são hoje o epicentro da pandemia do coronavírus, nós temos 15 milhões de casos, já agora nos últimos dados mais recentes, e o governo federal, ele deu uma resposta que não foi clara, que não teve uma estratégia definida, e aí o meu objetivo é tentar mapear agora quais foram os documentos que o governo Trump lançou, desde as cartas dos governadores, as reuniões que ele fez com as associações de governadores, mas também isso já é possível a gente apontar alguns elementos, né, de que há uma percepção de que o Trump não fez um bom trabalho, que ele não articulou com os governadores. Essa é uma percepção também que a opinião pública norte-americana tem e que contribuiu justamente para o fracasso dele agora nas eleições, né, pela derrota dele. A população norte-americana, nas pesquisas, tem uma pesquisa que eu analisei, depois eu posso mandar as fontes, né, mas mostra que a população, 64% estava satisfeita com o trabalho dos governadores durante a pandemia, enquanto apenas 32% apontavam que o Trump tinha feito um bom trabalho nesse contexto, né? E aí, o início das medidas de prevenção do coronavírus, ela começou justamente por uma iniciativa dos governadores, né? Em especial os governadores democratas, eu vou falar um pouco disso mais para frente. Mas os governadores, então, começaram a partir de março, no mês de março a abril, a implementar medidas de lockdown nos seus estados, sendo a Califórnia o primeiro estado a adotar as medidas. E seguido disso, né, no mês de abril, nós observamos também a criação de várias coalizões. Então, nós tivemos duas principais coalizões, uma liderada pelo estado de Nova Jersey e a outra liderada pelos estados de Arkansas, Iowa, Nebraska, a Carolina do Norte, a Dakota do Sul e o Wyoming, que decidiram aí organizar as medidas, né, de enfrentamento da pandemia do coronavírus, né? Então, nós tivemos a formação de coalizões lideradas por governadores sem o apoio do governo federal, e o Trump, ao longo desse período, sobretudo no começo da pandemia, no mês de março, abril, no primeiro momento, ele falava que a autoridade do presidente era total, no sentido de minimizar a pandemia e contra a implementação de lockdowns nos estados, mas aí depois, à medida que a crise foi tornando-se mais grave, né, no mês de abril, ele numa reunião virtual, por exemplo, um caso, né, do levantamento que eu tenho feito, uma reunião virtual aí com os governadores, ele disse, olha, vocês estão por sua conta, né, vocês vão dar os seus próprios your own shots, né, as suas próprias estratégias aí de enfrentamento da pandemia, né, e inclusive isso afetou a busca de suprimentos e de testes que os governadores foram buscar por sua própria conta. Então, um exemplo, né, o governador do Colorado, ele articulou relações com a China e com a Coreia do Sul para conseguir equipamentos médicos, né, ventiladores, toda essa batalha inicial aí da busca de ventiladores e testes para coronavírus foram feitos sem uma articulação federal, inclusive entre governos republicanos, né, o governador de Maryland, por exemplo, que é republicano, ele disse que os testes foram obtidos pela Coreia do Sul e que ele guardava e que as informações sobre onde estavam esses testes era confidencial, porque ele não queria que a administração Trump interferisse nisso. O governador de Ohio também, que foi um dos primeiros republicanos a adotar medidas de distanciamento, de lockdown para a população, fez a mesma coisa, buscou articular a busca de compra de máscaras, de equipamentos médicos por sua conta. Então, essa questão ela ficou muito evidente no primeiro momento, e depois o Trump tentou liderar, e liderar também o movimento de desacreditar a pandemia, né? Em vários tweets, ele colocava a população contra os governadores, incentivando manifestações contrárias ao lockdown. E um elemento interessante que é possível observar e que não aconteceu em outros momentos, por exemplo, na minha pesquisa de doutorado, eu analisei boicotes estaduais, né? Os estados boicotam outros países sob o argumento de violações de direitos humanos. Não existe claramente uma definição político-partidária, né, de que os estados democratas são aqueles que implementam mais atuação internacional nessa temática. No caso da pandemia do coronavírus, os artigos que eu tenho lido e que a gente levantou, os levantamentos aqui que eu fiz, vão, por exemplo, um artigo feito pelo Adolf Christopher e outras autoras sobre a pandemia, né, publicado agora em setembro de 2020, ele vai falar justamente que o partido do governador explica as medidas adotadas para enfrentar a pandemia, né? Então, a motivação para o lockdown, ela não se baseou, isso é uma coisa muito séria, né? Não se baseou em evidências científicas, né? Muitos governadores republicanos atrasaram a implementação, mesmo que a taxa de morte seja alta. Então, se a gente pegar os dados das mortes nos estados, a decisão pelo fechamento ou não das regiões não ocorreu por conta de evidências científicas, mas existiu um elemento aí político-partidário muito forte. Então, os republicanos, eles alinharam a sua posição com o Trump. Então, algumas evidências vão mostrar que eles não lideraram respostas diretas e demoraram semanas para implementar medidas, mesmo com alto índice de contaminação, por conta desse alinhamento com o governo do Trump. Então, existe um gap partidário muito grande quando a gente considera as medidas adotadas pelos governadores, né? E os governadores democratas, então, eles foram mais rápidos em apontar, em responder à pandemia do novo coronavírus, né? Então, esse é um ponto importante também para a gente pensar como a motivação político-partidária interferiu na maior atuação desses governos e no enfrentamento dos governos subnacionais junto ao governo federal, né? Então, quanto mais contrário ao presidente, a atuação foi mais intensa, né? Bom, no último ponto que eu acho que é importante a gente refletir, e eu tenho tentado fazer um esforço nesse sentido, é entender como a pandemia do coronavírus, ela traz elementos importantes para a gente pensar a formação e o desenho institucional dos Estados Unidos, o federalismo norte-americano, entendendo que o fracasso no enfrentamento dessa Covid nos Estados Unidos ocorreu também porque o governo federal não adotou uma medida forte de liderança, né? E existem debates, e aí a gente pode conversar depois, eu tinha visto, e a Celi, a gente conversar e trocar informações, né? Mas eu vi alguns artigos e análises que já apontam que a Suprema Corte, num primeiro momento, né, estava fortalecendo a questão da independência dos estados para gerenciar crises de saúde e questões que sejam domésticas, mas aí a pandemia vai mostrar, né, que os estados não tiveram padrão. Então, a gente não teve um padrão de adoção de medidas de enfrentamento, cada estado tomou uma medida diferente. identificamos atritos entre governadores e também governos locais, e além disso, não existe um mapeamento claro, né? A gente tem o Covid Project, que é a mídia norte-americana articulou para levantar os dados, a gente tem a Johns Hopkins então, e a Universidade do Texas, que fizeram metodologias diferentes para acompanhar os dados da Covid, sem um acompanhamento direto, né, e uma liderança por parte do governo federal, né? A minha pergunta, em tentar entender também a questão e as análises comparativas com o caso do Brasil, é que em vários momentos isso aconteceu o mesmo, né? Faltou coordenação, então, para levantar os dados, então há uma confusão intergovernamental. Como eu falei para vocês, a gente tem os dados que a Johns Hopkins levantou, os dados da Universidade do Texas, o Covid Tracking Project, que foi feito pela imprensa e por organizações da mídia, mas não existe uma articulação geral, muito parecido com o que aconteceu aqui no Brasil também. Essa estratégia de deixar na conta dos governadores a busca pela compra de testes, pela realização dos testes da Covid e da busca de suprimentos também aconteceu no Brasil. E eu acho que seria... E algumas hipóteses que eu levanto é que o federalismo norte-americano, ele apresenta limites quando a gente tem um contexto de pandemia, como que traz, né, desafios que o país não havia enfrentado ainda, mas que o federalismo trumpista também traz elementos importantes, né, assim como o federalismo bolsonarista, né, porque o Brasil, ele, ao contrário dos Estados Unidos, tem um sistema federativo centralizado e ainda assim nós tivemos uma falha e um fracasso total na liderança, né, dessa pandemia. Então, eu acredito que não é só a causa do modelo federativo norte-americano o elemento central, né? Eu acho que o personalismo aí do líder e esse federalismo que o Trump adotou ao longo do seu governo certamente favoreceu para que as respostas à Covid fossem tão frágeis, né, e tão insuficientes, né? E aí, só para complementar, e outros dados que eu tenho levantado, que algumas pesquisas já foram publicadas nos Estados Unidos, que vão apontar, por exemplo, que o uso de máscara está relacionado também com a questão partidária. Então, os governadores republicanos são aqueles que tiveram mais dificuldades em implementar o uso de máscaras nas suas regiões. E essa questão, então, político-partidária é um elemento importante que eu quero olhar com mais cuidado aí, ao longo dessa pesquisa. Enfim, muita coisa, muitas perguntas, é uma pesquisa que ainda está em andamento, mas eu espero ter trazido aí alguns apontamentos e resultados aí do que eu consegui até agora. Espero não ter estourado muito meu tempo também. Obrigada.
Débora, na verdade, você ficou com crédito de tempo aqui, você ainda tinha mais uns 2 minutos ainda, mas muito obrigado. As apresentações foram muito interessantes. Eu acho que essa mesa, ainda tendo por tema as eleições, né, conseguiu tocar em pontos que não estão diretamente ligados ao sistema eleitoral, né, mas que certamente influenciaram o contexto das eleições nos Estados Unidos, e em ambas as apresentações eu queria marcar o que elas nos dão de insights e de perspectivas para pensar também o caso brasileiro, né? Eu acho que no caso da Débora, ela deixou isso muito claro na apresentação, mas no caso da Celi também, a gente tem alguma interlocução já há algum tempo, né? Estão preparando aí um curso juntos, né? Essa questão dos conservadores no judiciário e esses processos de construção de grupos, né? E como esses grupos ascendem aos postos de Estado, é muito interessante para a gente pensar em paralelo e de forma comparativa esses processos. Eu queria, então, convidar as pessoas para fazerem suas perguntas, dirigirem seus questionamentos aqui pelo chat, né? Eu vou sistematizando as perguntas e passando aqui para as nossas convidadas, mas já tem uma aqui direcionada para a Celi, e eu vou complementar com uma para a Débora, minha, que aí a gente faz uma primeira rodada, e aí quem quiser colocar mais questões, eu vou sistematizando, a gente faz uma segunda rodada. A Tatiana Teixeira, nossa colega aqui, que faz uma pergunta para a Celi. Na sua ampla investigação, Celi, você já encontrou irradiações ou conexões estrangeiras, né, da formação desses grupos, né, da constituição desses grupos de juristas conservadores? Acredito que seja esse o sentido da pergunta da da Tatiana. Para a Débora, eu queria fazer uma pergunta específica de como isso entra aí no estudo dela e o que ela tem de dados até agora, porque a gente sabe que é uma pesquisa ainda em andamento, né, do papel do Senado, né, nessa coordenação federativa, porque era um dos papéis esperados, né, não necessariamente no sentido de coordenação, mas de representação de interesse, mas servindo na dinâmica da interação entre executivo e legislativo também como potencial fonte de articulação. E aí, assim, minha pergunta, óbvio, tem um sentido mais pensando no modelo, na constituição de um modelo, mas também nessa dinâmica específica da pandemia no governo Trump. Então, encaminhar essas duas questões, vocês podem responder, acho que podemos fazer pela ordem, né, se ele responde primeiro, depois a Débora, e aí quem quiser colocar outras questões, a gente faz uma segunda rodada depois. Vamos lá.
Bom, vamos lá. Tati, obrigada pela pergunta. Ela é pertinente, né, de fato, porque é possível a gente encontrar conexões, sim, muito embora elas não tenham se mostrado de forma muito explícita para mim, mas dois lugares, né, têm se mostrado como muito importantes nessa conexão. São os trabalhos da Federalist Society, né, que estão espalhados pelo mundo inteiro, né, que, de fato, o que eles formaram lá, né, nos anos 80, ganhou uma dimensão internacional muito grande, né, da força que tem, a força normativa que tem esses trabalhos feitos pela Federalist Society, que se espalharam por diversas universidades no mundo, né, então isso eu acredito que seja um ponto importante. E outro ponto importante que eu poderia relatar, eu não saberia dizer de outros ainda, é a questão religiosa, né? Você tem espalhamento, não é essa palavra, né? Você tem uma dispersão, né, muito grande da questão religiosa através de organizações cristãs pelo mundo com o seguinte pensamento, né? O Estado, qualquer Estado, né, ele deve ser um Estado cristão, porque ele traz a verdade, né, ele traz a verdade do mundo que foi destruída pelos modernos, que foi destruída pelos progressistas, né, que foi destruída principalmente a partir dos anos 60. E tem um conjunto de documentários muito interessante que foi feito por eles e que isso rodou o mundo inteiro, que é um conjunto de documentários e filmes feitos pelo, acho que ele chama Schaffer, se eu não me engano. Eu não lembro o primeiro nome dele, acho que é William Schaffer, não lembro agora, mas é Schaffer. E ele fez diversos documentários para provar, né, na visão deles, como que se dá a destruição de uma boa política, como se dá a destruição de um bom Estado. Né? E isso, se vocês procurarem na internet, depois eu posso até passar para quem quiser as referências, é um negócio assim muito simples, muito didático e ao mesmo tempo muito profundo, né? Porque ele recupera filosofias que se você, né? Se você não está dentro do campo de estudos, você não percebe, mas você entende muito, né? Então eles utilizam o seguinte argumento: quem que não sente que o mundo está completamente virado de ponta cabeça, né? Que ele está completamente perdido, né? E que algo está fora de lugar, né? Ou que muitas coisas estão fora de lugar. Então, eles utilizam desse argumento para dizer que a política que os homens construíram, baseada em torno dos homens, da razão dos homens, não é boa, né? Ela não é sábia, né? Porque nós deixamos de lado muito dessas questões religiosas e espirituais. E a grande questão para eles é a questão do aborto, né? O ápice para eles é a questão do aborto, né? Porque aí é a negação, né, do homem de tudo que Deus teria deixado de bom para essa terra, né? Então, esses documentários, acho que a pergunta, que é o nome do documentário, é algo assim: como nós devemos viver daqui em diante, né? Chamando as pessoas a ter um posicionamento mais ativista no sentido de recuperar a questão cristã para suas relações pessoais e para exigir dos políticos e dos estatistas, né, posicionamentos mais cristãos, né? Então, isso tem uma capilaridade muito grande, e isso foi divulgado pelo mundo inteiro, né? Então, era aí nesse ponto que eu colocaria a sua resposta. E só um ponto de diálogo para terminar com a Débora. Eu gostei muito da apresentação dela, eu gosto muito da sua pesquisa, Débora, e quando você falou a respeito da Suprema Corte, de fato, né, quando você olha para a Suprema Corte nos últimos tempos, decidindo as questões eleitorais, por exemplo, para falar, deve ter mais tempo para chegada, para como é que fala? Para contagem dos votos por correio, deve ter mais tempo ou não deve, né? A Suprema Corte falou que isso não deveria mudar, né? Porque não se muda a regra eleitoral em cima da hora, então deixou para os estados fazerem o que eles quiserem, né? E independente da pandemia, como se ela não estivesse acontecendo, né? Então, de fato, a Suprema Corte largou para os estados, e esse é um posicionamento que ela vem tomando, aquelas três ferramentas doutrinárias de forma de decidir, né? Lavagem de hostilidade, limpeza de hostilidades, né? Confiança na boa-fé legislativa, tudo isso é uma questão de fortalecimento dessa autonomia estatal que eles têm. É isso.
Obrigado, Eli. Eu passo para a Débora para responder a questão.
Não, eu acho... Obrigada, Celi, eu quero te agradecer. Inclusive, já anotei aqui para eu incluir, porque esse é um ponto importante, assim, como a gente vê o equilíbrio dos poderes dos Estados Unidos, né? Então, a gente tem um sistema aí em que é permitido, e isso acontece historicamente, tensões entre estados e presidente, governador, e aí tem esse artigo do Donald Kettle, que ele publicou agora. Ele já tinha escrito um livro que fala The Divided States of America, então ele fala que é um sistema ruim, né, tipo, mas é uma característica, mas ele coloca como um problema. E aí, nesse artigo mais recente que ele analisa a pandemia, ele fala, é um problema porque causou a morte de milhares de pessoas que poderia ter sido evitada. Então, ele fala em que sentido, né? Qual que é o sentido de você não liderar um processo, não ter um governo federal que coordene as ações? E aí ele cita outros governos federalistas ocidentais, né? Por exemplo, a Alemanha, que a Alemanha também teve atritos entre governos subnacionais, mas a Merkel tomou a dianteira, né? E aqui no Brasil e lá nos Estados Unidos, vocês estão por sua conta, né? Daí as semelhanças do Brasil com os Estados Unidos. E aí eu entendo que a Suprema Corte e o Senado, o Congresso, de forma geral, tem um papel importante no sentido de a Suprema Corte definir quem que é a função de quem, né? Mas o Congresso também de propor medidas e cobrar do presidente, né? Uma denúncia muito grave que saiu pela imprensa, o Washington Post publicou na época, tal, eu nem estava sabendo disso, fui saber levantando a pesquisa. Foi, por exemplo, que o Trump ligou para o Pence e falou, não é para telefonar para os governadores democratas. Como pode um negócio desse, né? O cara vai governar em plena pandemia e vai colocar, né, a questão partidária na dianteira, né? Mas e aí eu entendo que o Congresso, o que aconteceu? A National Governors Association, né, a Associação de Governadores, ela atuou junto ao Senado, encaminhando cartas, e os senadores democratas também instaram o Trump a tomar medidas, a adotar alguma medida mais clara, né? Teve, inclusive, numa carta que ele mandou para um senador democrata, ele chegou a dizer, eu até marquei aqui para te dar a resposta, ele pegou e disse numa carta que ele encaminhou para o senador democrata quando ele foi questionado, né? Ele disse que o papel do governo federal é meramente ser um backup para os governadores. Então, assim, aí ele tirou da reta, né? Quando a coisa estava grave, ele não é de minha responsabilidade, né? Inclusive, ele deixou na mão dos governadores a decisão sobre estabelecer o lockdown e reabrir a economia, né? Os governadores que fecharam foram aqueles que arcaram com os custos políticos, e depois, para pensar na reabertura, ele fez a mesma coisa. Semelhanças com o caso brasileiro, né? A gente só troca os nomes, porque o Bolsonaro tem feito a mesma coisa aqui. E o que eu posso dizer até agora é assim, que o Senado ele passou a cobrar mais medidas por parte do Trump, só que principalmente na Câmara dos Deputados, porque o Trump tinha maioria no Senado, então ele estava numa situação confortável ali. apesar dele ter sido instado, e aí ele teve uma mudança a partir de junho, ali, maio, junho, ele já começou a adotar medidas que estão mais atreladas ali às evidências científicas, às recomendações. Depois ele voltou de novo no debate, no final da campanha agora, para tentar reabrir e conseguir algum ganho político nas eleições, né? E essas semelhanças a gente vê também no caso brasileiro, né? A Suprema Corte tomando decisões e entendimentos sobre que os estados tinham autonomia para estabelecer as medidas restritivas agora para o espalhamento do vírus, né, aqui no Brasil. Então, Bolsonaro questionou na Suprema Corte, a Suprema Corte entendeu que os estados tinham autonomia, e o Senado também, o Congresso brasileiro, instando agora, inclusive na questão da guerra das vacinas, né, do Bolsonaro com o Dória, e aí a Suprema Corte, o Congresso, tentando, pelo menos, aprovar diretrizes para aprovação de vacinas no Brasil. Então, existe essa tentativa, né? E é uma coisa que eu quero entender melhor e como que isso tem acontecido. Mas existiu esses esforços, né? Mas eu vejo que eu ainda não cheguei a essa conclusão, mas a minha hipótese é de que o sistema norte-americano, ele de fato, ele permite essas tensões, mas o fracasso no enfrentamento da pandemia está mais relacionado ao federalismo trumpista de extrema-direita e ao federalismo bolsonarista aqui no Brasil do que a própria estrutura do governo, do que o próprio sistema, né? É claro que é uma crise sem precedentes, a gente não pode falar que o sistema americano estava pronto para isso, né? A China, por exemplo, teve muito mais condições de obrigar as pessoas a ficarem em casa, etc. Mas eu entendo que o papel de liderança do presidente tem uma relevância aí nesse contexto, né?
Obrigado, Celi e Débora, pelas suas reações. Apareceram mais algumas questões aqui no nosso chat. Um deles era um pedido da Tatiana também para a Celi disponibilizar aqui as referências desses documentários. Ela já colocou um aqui. Seria muito legal, né, se na página ali no boletim, na página do INEU, nós pudéssemos ter essas referências, que eu fiquei também muito interessado. A Celi já está colocando aqui algumas. Tem uma pergunta da Tatiana, um comentário, uma pergunta para a Débora, né? Ela parabeniza a Débora pela apresentação e diz: reforça a minha percepção de que uma mudança no colégio eleitoral não é para já. Gostaria de ouvi-la sobre essa relação do federalismo com o colégio eleitoral, por favor. E eu queria fazer uma pergunta, complementar com uma pergunta para a Celi, sobre essa relação entre esse movimento dos juristas conservadores e o cristianismo, né? Que me parece que tem duas vertentes. Você fala em católicos, né? Mas fala em protestantes. Eu queria entender se você tem informação, tem dado para pensar no peso relativo dessas duas vertentes do cristianismo nisso, e como são as relações, né? Porque também no Brasil, quando o pessoal que está estudando onda conservadora, enfim, a gente olha muito para os evangélicos, mas em mobilizações como a do aborto, em outras questões, há uma aliança entre católicos e evangélicos no Congresso Nacional. E nos Estados Unidos a gente sabe que há essas divisões, sabe que há potenciais alianças, né? Mas sabe também que, como acontece, enfim, com todas essas designações religiosas historicamente nos Estados Unidos, você tem uma certa tradição, né, de um progressismo, tanto nas igrejas protestantes, como num progressismo católico, né, muito ligado também a um setor ali, né, dos democratas, na relação com democratas católicos, enfim, uma certa tradição ali de uma liderança da comunidade irlandesa, enfim, e no protestantismo, muito a influência das lideranças negras também, né, enfim, num segmento cristão progressista. Então, eu queria, não sei se você tem informação, mas era te ouvir um pouco sobre isso, como é essa representação dessas duas variações aí do cristianismo e se há tensões, né, como pensar um pouco isso. Bom, então é isso. Então, já passo aqui de novo para vocês responderem essas questões. Obrigado. Podemos fazer pela ordem de novo,
Oi.
né? Ou quer inverter?
Pode ser? Não, posso responder.
Tá.
Tatiana, agradeço sua pergunta, Tati. Existem as medidas propostas, né, de reforma no colégio eleitoral, tem sido um debate histórico nos Estados Unidos, né, principalmente, enfim, teve a eleição da Hillary que já levou esse questionamento em 2016, e agora isso permanece. O que eu ainda não, tipo, não estou acompanhando diretamente, mas o que eu já vi até agora é que muito dificilmente isso vai acontecer agora, assim, acho que não para um tempo mais recente, porque existem essas diferenças na percepção dos próprios governadores, né, dos próprios estados, da população, porque foi um consenso construído lá justamente naquela guerra entre o Plano Virgínia, no debate federalista entre os estados com maior número de população, então foi meio que um arranjo possível, né? E eu acho que essa mudança, se acontecer, ela vai levar um tempo maior do que a gente espera, né? Mas existem as propostas que estão acompanhando, que tem a proposta da reforma eleitoral no Congresso, e alguns governadores, alguns estados já aprovaram, mas não é, acho que é uma coisa de longo prazo mesmo. E eu entendo que é uma questão meio que muito sensível, porque ela é meio que histórica, né? Ela explica a própria formação do desenho institucional norte-americano. Quando a gente fala a emenda que permite aos estados autonomias, poderia ser feita uma reforma para organizar melhor, e isso até hoje não aconteceu, né? Então, acho que esse consenso é muito difícil de ser construído ali. Enfim, não tenho uma resposta para te dar assim agora, mas eu estou acompanhando, eu acho que vai demorar um certo tempo. Enfim. Obrigada.
Obrigado, Débora.
Bom, Frederico, eu não poderia afirmar, né, com todas as letras, né, o que eu vou falar agora são primeiras impressões que eu tenho sobre o meu material empírico, misturadas com duas análises que eu achei muito recentes, mas muito boas acerca dessa questão, nos Estados Unidos especificamente, tá? No material que eu tenho estudado e analisado, eu vejo uma ligação muito mais forte dos juízes, desses juristas conservadores, com igrejas católicas, né? Não só igrejas católicas, mas escolas católicas que eles fazem parte do quadro de diretores, quadro de conselheiros, né? Eles fazem parte de algum tipo de organização dentro dessas escolas, né? Aquelas que eles chamam de charter schools, né? Não sei nem como pronunciar isso, mas é um envolvimento bastante grande com essas escolas católicas. Obviamente que tem escolas evangélicas, existem, né, a ligação deles, mas a maioria desses juízes estão ligados com questões, com organizações de origem católica, né, pelos dados que eu tenho visto. E para entender isso, eu fiquei fuçando, né, fiquei procurando e acabei achando dois autores com livros muito recentes. Um é do Ken Cash, é um cientista político que está estudando o movimento conservador nos Estados Unidos, e a outra é a Amanda Hollis Bruce, que eu acho que se pronuncia assim. E o Ken Cash, especificamente, ele fez um longo trabalho para mostrar, né, um trabalho de peso, para mostrar como que histórias cristãs foram sendo conformadas dentro dos Estados Unidos a ponto de atingir uma conformação entre evangélicos e católicos dentro dos Estados Unidos por conta de algumas questões centrais. Por exemplo, os católicos, por mais que tenham rusgas, né, com os evangélicos em algumas questões doutrinárias dentro da fé cristã, eles têm uma questão de autoridade, né, um respeito à questão da autoridade, um respeito à questão da hierarquia, né, que para eles está faltando, né, no mundo político dos homens, né, e esse pensamento católico, ele seria capaz, né, de trazer ou de resgatar essa autoridade perdida, né, não digo autoridade do Papa, né, mas autoridade de Deus, algo maior, né, que os homens teriam deixado para trás. E é nesse sentido que o Cash vai construindo. Então, ele tem um longo capítulo falando sobre histórias sobre o cristianismo. E ele vai mostrando como que os evangélicos e os católicos foram superando as suas diferenças dentro dos Estados Unidos para se unir em prol de uma política estatal cristã, né? E em torno de questões essenciais. Família, né? Aborto, né? Sobretudo, né? Família envolve a questão do casamento homossexual, o aborto, né, que são duas questões aí que mexem demais com essa fé, né, com essa fé cristã. E tem ele conta, inclusive, um caso muito interessante de um dos líderes católicos que estavam nos Estados Unidos na época da Itália fascista, e ele diz o seguinte: olha, eu vou sair desse país porque esse país não sabe exatamente o que é um Estado que vale a pena, um Estado cristão, ele não entende o que é um Estado decente, um Estado civilizado, então eu vou embora para a Itália. E lá ele se sentiu muito bem dentro da Itália fascista, junto com seu pensamento sobre a fé, né, e sobre o que o Estado deve fazer dentro dessa fé. Né, é o máximo que eu consigo apontar. Se vai aparecer outras coisas no meu conjunto de dados, né, a gente vai ter que descobrir.
Obrigado, Celi, pelo retorno. Enfim, as duas pesquisas estão em andamento, mas é legal que as possibilidades de resposta, né, e há vários insights aí sobre isso muito interessantes, né? Enfim, acho que não tem mais nenhuma questão aqui. A Tatiana está pedindo, a Tatiana Teixeira está lembrando, né, que os apresentadores e apresentadoras dos painéis do seminário para enviar seus pequenos textos para publicação no pelo, a partir das suas apresentações. Acho que vai ser muito interessante. Então, o Roberto Moll está pedindo para passar a referência no chat. Eu acredito que ele está se referindo ao que a Celi colocou, né, desses estudos aí sobre as alianças entre cristãos nos Estados Unidos. Acredito que seja isso, né, Roberto? A Celi já colocou aqui, dos conservadores. Bom, então acho que podemos concluir por aqui. Eu vou passar, então, para a Débora e para a Celi fazerem suas considerações finais, se fizer completar algum ponto. E, se me permite, eu vou fazer uma provocação para as considerações finais, para que vocês possam colocar alguma questão, porque, óbvio, né, desde o primeiro comentário e, na verdade, desde as suas apresentações, né, as tentações da comparação Brasil e Estados Unidos são muito grandes, né, e junto com essa tentação vem o risco da gente fazer simetrias, paralelismos frágeis, né, então eu queria então convidá-las para fazer suas considerações finais e querendo que nos colocasse algumas questões, ou talvez alguns alertas, né, sobre o que temos, os cuidados que temos que ter, né, ao fazer as análises, ao comparar Brasil e Estados Unidos a quente, né, enquanto assistimos esses fenômenos, obviamente, cada um de vocês colocando dentro dos seus temas específicos, né, como, vamos dizer, alertas para que a gente não caia em comparações automáticas e simplistas, mas, mais uma vez, agradecendo vocês pelas apresentações, parabenizando pelas pesquisas, que estão muito interessantes. Então, começamos aí pela Celi.
Bom, primeiramente, muito obrigada novamente pelo convite. É muito especial poder estar aqui com a Débora, que eu admiro muito, e poder estar apresentando essa pesquisa junto para vocês, né, que está aí muito início, então eu posso estar falando coisas que amanhã podem mudar por completo, né, é o risco de se apresentar a pesquisa em andamento, né, mas é um prazer estar aqui com vocês. Com relação à sua provocação, Frederico, acho que você quer saber sobre pesquisa sobre o Brasil, né, como a gente poderia pensar isso, né, um paralelo, é isso, se eu entendi?
Na verdade, Celi, a minha provocação não é nem que você dê resposta para o Brasil ou indique pesquisa sobre o Brasil, é mais como pesquisador, é mais uma questão metodológica mesmo, né? Assim, a gente tem uma tentação, né, em olhar para esses dois países agora e ver a mesma coisa, né? Então, é mais no sentido de ouvir de você como a gente pensa,
Entendi,
e os cuidados que a gente tem que ter nessa
entendi.
comparação, né?
Eu acho que a gente tem que ter muito cuidado, né? Até porque eu não fiz essa pesquisa comparativa. A Débora Maciel, inclusive, tem me apontado para eu começar essa pesquisa comparativa, sobretudo em cima de um ponto, né? Que é a questão religiosa, que é tão forte lá quanto cá, né? Mas tem vertentes muito diferentes do que acontece lá e do que acontece aqui, né? Mas, no entanto, tem uma questão que é muito clara, né, que obviamente a gente teria que ver metodologias diferentes para pesquisar, mas tem uma questão que é muito clara, que é a forma pela qual a religião ela entra na vida das pessoas de modo muito fácil, muito mais fácil, né, de modo muito mais didático, eu diria, né, do que política, do que discussão sobre direitos, né? Então, começar uma discussão a partir da religião é muito mais fácil, ainda mais num cenário de crise, né, em que as pessoas estão completamente abandonadas, né? O governo é o que é, como nós temos visto, né? Essa precariedade inteira. Então, a religião é uma forma muito fácil de você, né, conquistar, né, e ganhar corações e mentes. E a partir daí você discute outras questões e fica muito mais tranquilo. Então, eu vejo, obviamente, com mil reticências, né, com mil aspas, um caminho, né, mais fácil, né, não digo fácil, porque tudo é construção, e construção demora, né, mas um caminho mais fácil de você ganhar essas mentes e corações, né, um caminho muito mais rápido, né, espalha, assim, né, muito rapidamente. Então, eu apostaria mais nesse tipo de comparação, né? Como que isso tem adentrado na vida das pessoas. E é isso, mais uma vez, muito obrigada e uma boa tarde para todos na nossa segunda mesa.
Obrigado, Celi. Débora, por favor.
Bom, gente, é um prazer. Eu sempre aprendendo muito, escutando você, Celi, sua apresentação. A Suprema Corte foi um objeto meio que transversal ali da minha análise. Eu ainda conheço muito pouco e a gente sempre aprende muito te ouvindo. Quero te parabenizar pela sua pesquisa também. E Frederico, de fato, os desafios são muitos, mas eu penso na minha pesquisa, né, a todo momento. No primeiro momento, quando eu tenho feito esse levantamento, já tem muitos artigos sendo publicados nos Estados Unidos sobre federalismo em tempos de Covid, sobre governadores, sobre a questão político-partidária, como o uso de máscara, a adoção de lockdowns, não teve um embasamento científico na decisão, teve uma questão política muito forte, e é uma coisa que assusta, né, essa politização de um problema de saúde pública. Mas o que eu fico mais chocada é que eu falo, gente, esse pessoal publica assim, eu ainda estou aqui, né, caminhando a passos lentos, né? Eu falo, nossa, o pessoal já está publicando agora que eu... Mas eu acho que explica também no contexto de pandemia, eu com duas crianças pequenas não tenho dado conta de responder, né, a realidade que vem como um trator, né, para passar na gente. Mas eu penso que a contribuição que eu posso trazer é justamente entender com todos os devidos cuidados, porque essa análise comparativa do Brasil com os Estados Unidos, eu acho que o eixo central seria justamente a estratégia de governo de extrema-direita, né? Que eu acho que é isso que eles são pontos em comuns e são pontos convergentes, a questão do negacionismo, da pandemia, e aí o fato da transferência da responsabilidade para os governadores não é uma coisa... não penso no caso brasileiro, por exemplo, não é uma coisa estratégica, né? Diferente do federalismo norte-americano, são modelos completamente diferentes. O federalismo brasileiro ele é muito mais centralizante, né? A gente identifica alguns atritos históricos na condução da atuação internacional de governadores no Brasil, mas assim, muito pontuais, e agora isso vem com muita força, né? Então, os governadores foram na China, os governadores do Nordeste, o Dória, e esse atrito ele vem assim como uma novidade para a paradiplomacia brasileira, né? Apesar de eu detestar essa palavra, é o que a gente acaba usando, né? O termo da atuação subnacional. Já nos Estados Unidos, isso é histórico, né? Se a gente vê, por exemplo, o protocolo de Quioto, né? A rejeição do governo federal e os governadores vão lá e assumem a dianteira e formam colisões. Essas colisões não são novidade. Então, isso aconteceu na questão ambiental, aconteceu na questão migratória, com o governo Trump agora, né, endurecendo as medidas, e na pandemia. Mas eu acho que mas de todo modo, isso expõe uma fratura no sistema norte-americano, né, de uma nação dividida mesmo, porque os estados têm uma autonomia enorme e eles têm muito mais capacidade e menos dependência do governo federal do que os governadores aqui, que dependem, inclusive, financeiramente, né? Eles têm limites, eles podem se contrapor ao Bolsonaro, mas chegou um ponto que todo mundo decidiu reabrir, né? Porque financeiramente os estados dependem, né? Então, assim, acho que guardadas as devidas proporções, acho que algumas variáveis são possíveis, assim. A questão dos testes, por exemplo, né, que estão encalhados no Brasil e o Bolsonaro responde que a responsabilidade não é da União, o mesmo aconteceu lá, né? A questão da busca de ventiladores, que o Brasil, os governadores foram para a China e compraram, e agora a Polícia Federal com várias ações, né, contra os governadores, enfim. Isso aconteceu também nos Estados Unidos, mas é um processo que de fato está em andamento e ele tem os riscos, né? Mas eu penso que a minha contribuição seria justamente essa, entender como, guardadas as especificidades de cada país, como governos de extrema-direita, como presidentes negacionistas afetam, né, a condução de uma política pública, né, que tem impacto na política internacional. Então, acho que eu vou por esse caminho, mas certamente preciso pensar muito no método, né? Mas, enfim, é isso que eu gostaria de trazer assim, para vocês e a gente segue discutindo juntos, né, essa agenda.
Ok, muito obrigado, Débora, Celi. Mais uma vez, muito obrigado por vocês participarem dessa mesa. Eu agradeço a toda a equipe do INEU e a organização desse seminário pelo convite para mediar esse debate. Foi super interessante para mim, aprendi um monte e certamente me valida a minha posição aqui para dialogar com vocês e tirar várias dúvidas. Parabenizar todo mundo envolvido nesse evento, que está muito legal, a programação está muito bacana, e convidar vocês para acompanharem a nossa próxima mesa, que é também a última mesa do nosso seminário, que começa agora às 11 horas, Eleições 2020, Balanço e Perspectivas, com o Rafael Iores, da Universidade de Denver, o Felipe Loureiro, da USP, da Universidade de São Paulo, e o Inderjet Parmar, da Universidade de Londres, uma mesa mediada pela Flávia de Campos Melo, da PUC, aqui de São Paulo. Então, é isso, o convite está feito, espero que vocês continuem acompanhando o seminário. Agradeço mais uma vez a participação da Débora e da Celi, a todo mundo da organização do seminário, parabenizo também. E é isso. Bom dia, até logo mais.
Até logo mais. Bom dia.
Até, gente. Bom dia.
Bom dia.
everyone. Good morning to those in Brazil and in the Americas. Good afternoon and good evening to those in other continents. I am Flávia de Campos Melo from PUC São Paulo and a member at INEU, our National Institute of Science and Technology for Studies on the United States. This last session of our seminar in English, and we have a very special guest with us, Professor Indrajit Parmar from City University, London, who is a very important researcher on US politics. So it is a great honor to have him with us in this last session of the seminar, which intends to discuss the US 2020 elections from a broader perspective and to bring elements for future reflection, work, and analysis. I want to very briefly introduce our guest. Professor Indrajit Parmar is the author of several books on US foreign policy and also numerous articles and chapters on issues such as the American establishment, on the power of American think tanks and foundations, on also several aspects of the Obama years, on the legitimacy of the US elite and the rise of Donald Trump, among many others. Professor Parmar was already with us last year here in São Paulo, physically present for our annual seminar 1 year ago, when he gave an amazing conference on American foundations, think tanks, and the crisis of US-led liberal international order, which is available on INEU's website for those who were not there at that time. So today we are very glad to welcome once again Indrajit Parmar at INEU's annual seminar. This session also has two other presentations from members of our institute who are leading researchers on US international politics. Rafael Lloris from the Department of History at the University of Denver, whose research agenda has a focus on US Latin American relations, among others. And our third speaker is Felipe Loureiro from the Institute of International Relations at the University of São Paulo, where he's associate professor in the history of international relations and has several publications on Brazil-US relations. So we'll start following the program of the seminar, giving the floor to Rafael Lloris. Each of the presentations should take around 25 minutes so that we have plenty of time for questions at the end. Rafael, please.
Thank you. It's a good morning to all, good afternoon, and good evening. As Patricia said, given the time difference here. It's 7 o'clock here in Denver, in the cold city of Denver, beginning of our long winter season. But it's particularly inspiring, hence, to be here with you. I must make a confession of my own mistake, which is I erroneously was under the assumption we would be speaking in Portuguese, but I will translate as we go, and so I ask for your forgiveness if there's some sort of speaker's block at some point in translating at the moment. But again, as I said, it's a pleasure to be here. Thank you very much, and it's an honor, it's a privilege, it's a joy to be here with Indrajit and of course my dear friend Felipe. It's great to be with friends and colleagues, and especially of such an important project, which is INEU. And it has already become almost like a commonplace in the beginnings of these presentations to appreciate and to highlight, right, the success of INEU. But I think it's a commonplace for a good reason, because it's true. INEU has been, an impressive achievement, and we should all be very, very proud of it. And of course, I congratulate the leaders of the Institute Sebastião, Neuza, Felipe, among others, Tatiana's, and so it's a joy and it's a privilege to be part of this endeavor. Again, my notes, not only in Portuguese, but they are, of course, based on initial reflections and findings and data available about some of the results, right, and scenarios based on the results of the election. So I want to highlight the caveat that it's a little bit also tentative and speculative in a way, right, to project a few things. And so what I would like to highlight is go a little bit beyond, even though I will mention a few sort of more conjunctural elements, but to think about, what do we see in a more structural sense, as much as possible. So we'll see if some of these tendencies, trends may be confirmed or not in the future. And again, given the case that some of this may not, right? It's a little bit of a prognosis on things with all the risks involved in that kind of effort. To begin, I'd like to just highlight a few what I think are little ambiguities or even paradoxes, right, of some of the elements of this important election. Beyond important, I would say this was 2020 elections, congressional, and of course, especially the presidential election, was in many ways historical. It was expected that it would be historical. It was one of the main motivations why people went to vote, right? There was this sense that the country was at a crossroads. And as it indeed, in my view, is, right? It has been and continues to be. So in that sense, I would say that it was historical beyond the showmanship, right, of the election. It was an election that was watched throughout the world. The world was, trying to follow the news, or at least the public opinion, whatever we could call it, the global public opinion. So it was an election that went beyond the territory of the United States. So that is one element of how historical it was. And it was an election that had the potential to provide answers, right, for a country that is in a crossroads, to provide the path, right, what directions the country would embark upon, would take. And I think it has become an election that beyond those elements, it is historical. I think we certainly warrantedly could call it historical for the fact that it hasn't provided clear answers. So we do not have really a clear scenario of what direction the country will indeed unfold. So the expectation was proportional in a way to the lack, right, of a clear result on that, right? The motivation to participate was absolutely at a historical height, not percentage-wise, but of course in terms of numbers of votes. But it has become now, I think, an election that will be remembered as an election that, in some ways, it has not, right, provided what was expected of it. In another element would be against all odds of what was expected, right? In the final week leading to the election, being here in the United States, even being in my own suburb, right, of Denver, there was a huge degree of anxiety, right? It was you could sense, right, walking around the neighborhood, talking to neighbors. It was a huge apprehension, anxiety, tension, right, in the air of what would come out of the election. Would this be a peaceful election? Would there be riots on the streets? Would people be allowed to go to vote? So against all odds, and given those expectations, it worked. Right, we didn't see any significant scale of violence, right, as it became sort of to be expected at that time. In the final days leading to the election. Election day was a huge degree of apprehension. So in many ways, the institutions worked, right? One could make that case. But what kind of institutions are these, right? How did they work? I still think that there's a huge degree of a gap, right, of a disjointure between how functional the U.S. political system, political institutions are able to address and to provide the answers to the society, and the degree of how much these answers are needed, and the expectation that people have in finding them. So, in despite of having worked, we clearly have seen an unprecedented, right, a historical also level of normalization of practices, narratives, which are clearly non-democratic, which are clearly have created a precedent, right? At least in modern history of the U.S. For normalizing, disputes and questioning and delegitimization, right, of the process of voting. I mean, that still goes on in this weekend, right? 2 days ago, Trump heightened up again the narrative in Georgia, questioning things, of course, as a strategy for the senatorial elections there. But their narrative is still alive, right? And there's a significant chunk of the American population that are still, repeating this narrative. So that is also, is a little bit of a paradox, right? The system worked, but there's an increasing erosion of the legitimacy of that system, of a sense, right, of the legitimacy. Of course, again, we have a historical participation of people. Over 100 or around 160 million people have gone and voted. Both parties mobilized their own base. But again, that mobilization, it was not really an expression of a deep trust in the system, but rather it was people were motivated to go to vote for the fear that the election could be stolen from them, from both sides, right? So it was not a huge degree of voting. I mean, it's not proportional to the amount of people that went to vote, because they were in deep belief, right, that the system works, that will, this is something that is trustworthy, a process that's trustworthy, but rather as a way to prevent, right, the failure of not only the institutions, but that the outcome would not be one that I could accept. And of course, now we have one side that still significant numbers have not accepted it. Another sort of element which played in both ways, in a sort of a paradoxical sense, is COVID. I have said this, and I still think COVID is one of the big reasons why Trump lost. Though the impact was not linear, right? It was not clear. It was expected, I would say, about 2 months before the elections, that there would be again a blue wave. He would lose much more with more decisive numbers. And what happened is in a very turbulent, protracted fracture system fashion of distrust and concern and attempts to sabotage the mailing-in vote. Nonetheless, right, people mobilized to such a great extent for the fear that the election would not be something they could abide by, that they could trust, that they actually mobilized to vote. Right? Again, it's related to the participation. So COVID was a big factor, but not in a clear sense, or only in one fashion, right? That it just kind of kept people at home, but rather people mobilized even more in light of COVID, and in light, of course, the attempts to make voting harder, in the situation of COVID. So what is I think is the main, if I'm correct, right? If this is something that could be made, a case that could be made, that the election is going to be remembered by an election that really didn't provide a clear mandate. What we have is a country that is not only polarized. I mean, we've been saying that the country is polarized, and indeed has been for a long time. I would say the country is going beyond polarized. We're missing words here. I think the country is getting to be fractured. Right? I think the country is fragmented into clear, not just binary, right? Not only two, but overwhelmingly two main blocks, right? It's a country that is defined today by huge dilemmas: political, economic, institutional, and cultural, right? I think there's a growing perception at large numbers of Americans that, again, the system is no longer able to provide clear answers, right, to a society that is in a dire need of some of these answers to really respond, to very real challenges they're facing. Yes, without Trump, the country might resume to some sort of normalcy. Some of the huge, economic and COVID, sanitary concerns, public health concerns are going to start to be addressed in a more rational, science-based fashion. But again, that is not enough, right, for what the country, in the situation the country is today. There was not really a clear mandate that came out of the elections, right? As I said, the Republicans, who, again, 74 million people, right, bought into the idea to keep America great again. to my greatest dismay. What is so great in Americas today that they want to keep, right? So that direction that we should stuck to that path, convince 74 million people, but of course he lost. Trump lost, so it was not a clear sense on that. But the blue wave never arrived. The need, in my view, that the country would repact its social, sort of contract. I think the country would need something, that could be equated to a sort of not only a new Green Deal, but a new deal itself, in the sense of a social contract. That mandate did not come out of the ballot boxes this time around. So this is a situation where we are. It's a country divided into fractions or factions or segments, groups of people that perceived, and again, that was a huge motivation to go to the election, that the other side, it's an existential threat to their way of life, their beliefs, their values, and themselves, to their own existence in the country. That is true, again, for the core of both people that voted for Biden and people that voted for Trump. Actually, some numbers, which is mind-boggling, right? About 9 out of 10, Republicans and Democrats, when asked how they see that if the other side wins, is that a threat to your, to yourself, to your existence, to your way of life, to your beliefs? 9 out of 10 people on both sides answered yes. They see the other side, and if they were to win, right, that would be an existential threat to themselves, to their own side. So how would we move beyond this? Biden may, right? One could make that case that he has been as a moderate, extremely moderate white old man, would be the perfect guy, right, to repact the social contract in the country. In many ways, that sort of seemed to have been at least one element of why he won. But I think it will certainly, and he has made clear statements in that direction, right? We need to unify, we need to be together. But I think it will require way more than goodwill, right? Goodwill is not going to be enough. We need to really revisit, right, some of the key decisions that were made in this country, up to 40 years ago, right? The whole neoliberalization of the country that has been unfolded, at least since the 1980s. And both during the administrations of both parties, right? That, of course, is at the core, and it's structurally, the underpinning of many of the problems that the country sees today. The huge divide, the inequality, the sense of being left behind. That's not going to be addressed only out of goodwill, and it's not going to be something that is going to be addressed in the short term, and certainly unless more structural approaches are going to be taken at a time when the urgency, both domestically and internationally, for addressing these issues, right, is at a height, at least since the height of the Cold War, right? The competition, technological, falling behind in many areas in the United States. Of course, it's a hugely capable country, society, politically, economically, culturally, educationally, but nonetheless, right? The what's at stake is increasingly at a height here. And it's to be seen, if the country is going to be able to respond to this. A few other elements. Biden, when you really look closer to the numbers, at least the numbers that I was able to gather, he won decisively, even though his campaign was very much framed along the lines to get the moderate vote. When you look at the Democratic convention, in many ways, it was disappointing. He was basically speaking to the moderates and even to the Republicans way more than he was speaking to his own base. Interestingly, he won because his base, mobilized in especially in the Midwest, right? Midwest, in key cities, major cities, the segments, the core base of the Democrats went to vote doing higher numbers, and so he won in a general sense. Of course, there were some moderate, some Republican vote. We have numbers for that, but overwhelmingly he won because Democrats, stuck to his side as much as Trumpites and Republicans stuck to their own side. So what we see is that the Democratic precincts, Democratic regions, Democratic neighborhoods are becoming more Democratic. At the same time, when we see, that the other side is true, that what's happening on the other side is equally true. The Republican regions of the country, neighborhoods, cities, which tended to be smaller cities, right? Rural regions of the country are becoming more entrenched in their own side. So we see that some of this divide, ideological, political, cultural divide, is becoming even more translated into geographic lines. The urban rural divide is which has existed, for a long time, and in many ways forever, but it has become even more entrenched. The cities with higher income and higher educational levels overwhelmingly, right, is what elected Biden, and Trump lost in 91 out of the 100 largest cities in the country, and overwhelmingly where he won was in the rural counties, the regions of counties that were rural, non-urban, small towns, small cities, and cities with lower income and lower educational levels. So again, the divide is becoming even more acute. Another number here, which is again very impressive: Biden won in 17% of all counties in the country. But it's in those counties that over 70% of the wealth is concentrated. So again, the geographic contours of some of these divides are just becoming even more clear, even more entrenched. But again, the suburbs, which were decisive in the defeat of Trump, the suburbs in the large cities, were not necessarily electing, right, to their own Congress. Democrats, right? So there's a divide there too. That's why I think that the both parties are now going to experience, are prone to have to experience some sort of adjustment. In many ways, Democrats in victory are in a challenge, right? And not necessarily a crisis, but they're going to have to decide, right? Are they going to really govern with the progressive base that would made the difference in the victory, or are they going to really, shift to the center, as seems to have been, as to be the direction that Biden is going to go for. So that will create, internal conflicts in the party too. Of course, the main situation in the society is that Trump in defeat won in a way, right? Trumpism is very much alive. It's very much a mobilizing force in the country, which will continue to be influential. Again, 74 million voters, right, were okay with such a disastrous figure in American political history. And I think one of the key things also will be decisive in the upcoming years in the United States will be what Republicans will do without Trump in the presidency. Are they going to try to take over the mantle of Trump, being Trumpist without Trump necessarily, or not? I think that's going to be perhaps even more decisive in the terms of what they do, how Democrats are going to have to respond. Just to close, a few elements that I think are to be expected in terms of scenarios for the foreign policy of the United States. I mean, we all know that the Biden wants to go back to formal channels of diplomacy. He wants to return to a more multilateral approach to foreign policy. I mean, he's due to apply to come back to the organization of World Health Organization, to the Paris Accord, to attempt to try to work out something with Iran. He clearly has stated this in different documents, right? He wants to get closer to traditional allies. That, of course, clearly means European Union as well as NATO. And all of this, right, is a big inspiration for containing, right, the rise of China. So that it will continue, that will overlap from Trump to Biden clearly. He will bring new themes that I think will really focus, among them, of course, the global pandemic, the environment, that includes, global warming or climate change. And this is, something new that his and it makes sense, right? Which is sort of this alliance, again, the autocratic rule, right? And embedded into that, what he's been saying, anti-corruption crusade, which we should be paying very close attention, given the impact of that agenda in Latin America specifically. And getting into Latin America, our region here, much of the foreign policy towards Latin America will, as usual, in my view, come out of domestic pressure, domestic needs. So a judge just reestablished DACA, and he will, clearly make an even stronger legally, to reestablish DACA. in light of his push for migratory reform. I don't know how much he's going to be able to achieve that. Depends on Senate and outcomes in the Senate, of course. He's going to cancel the whole wall construction of Trump, the whole immediate emergency allocation of funds for the wall, and he's going to make a sort of a closer ties, with the region of what's called the Northern Triangle, right? The Central American countries that are being sending, migrants, refugees to the United States in higher numbers in the last several years. As globally, especially in Latin, or not especially, but also in Latin America in a very intense way, the main concern, the macro concern, I think, to the foreign policy is with China, the growing presence of China in the region. In many ways, this is not new, but this is a new situation in the sense that China now, compared to 4 years ago, it's much more present than ever before. So the challenge, to rethink and to resituate the United States presence in Latin America vis-a-vis the larger presence of China will be a bigger challenge. A similar challenge will be in an administration that wants to change the tone, wants to have more dialogue and work through more multilateral ways with Latin America as well. We'll see a region that is way more fragmented, much more divided, wherein regional multilateral agencies, right, CELAC, UNASUL, Mercosul, are in a much bigger crisis today than 4 years ago, which is to say the challenges are going to be very large. I think also in Latin America, the environmental theme will be key. That certainly will be very key for relations with Brazil, as we know. It will be key because it will be one way where he can please the progressive side of the Democratic Party as well as the union base and even business groups, right? In terms of creating barriers or pushing through the environmental narrative, protections for the United States. He also wants to push the anti-corruption agenda. Again, something to be watching. And two more notes. One expects that he will try to revive, the rapprochement with Cuba. But again, it's not the same thing as 4 years ago. Things have changed in the base, in the United States of this rapprochement, right? The defeat in Florida of the Democrats may sort of put new challenges for that rapprochement. And as well as from what we know, the Cuban leadership, if it is to sort of revive that closer relations, wants to maybe demand more things. Similarly to Venezuela, the pressure will continue, but one expects more dialogue and perhaps even some more accommodations. So to conclude, and I think I'm right on time here, in many ways, maybe I'm just my own wishful thinking here, but I was expecting, right, an administration of a moderate old white man, that could perhaps repact, the social contract in a country. So in many ways, one would see, 90 years later, we would have a new FDR, right? Sort of reorganizing society, but that was probably too much to expect. I think Biden ran much more on a Carter-like campaign, right, to restore the soul of America, restore decency, restore the institutions. In the outcome, Carter out of Watergate and the Vietnam War. So I think one would maybe even just hope that Biden could echo Carter years, and that of course is a controversial statement in many ways. But given what happened in this country under Trump, that would be in many ways good. But what we see, especially in the nominations thus far, even though there's more diversity, what we see is a Obama 3.0, right? It's basically a new, it's a revival of the Obama administration. And of course, Obama was a much more decent administration in many ways. That also echoes Carter. But I think if Biden only lives up to be Obama 3.0 or 2.0, whatever you want to call it, it will not be enough for the challenges and the dilemmas that the United States country, the economy, society, population, faces today. So we're going to have to continue to be watching very closely. And again, I applaud and I am proud to be part of such an endeavor to continue to be monitoring and making sense of these challenges. So once again, thank you for the invitation.
Thank you very much, Rafael, for your presentation and for switching your presentation to English. Thank you very much. The next presentation is from Felipe Loureiro. Felipe, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Professor Flavia. Can you hear me well? Very good, very good. It's a pleasure to be here in this panel with my friend Rafael, with Professor Flavia, also from INEU, my colleague, with Indrajit Parmar. We are basically working together in his series on US think tanks and world power. So it's a pleasure to have you in our seminar here in INEU, all right? And of course, I'm not gonna repeat the words that have been already said by Professor Rafael Lloris, but it's I think this panel and all this seminar has shown the strength that INEU has in Brazil and also, I would say, in part of Latin America to think about US-Brazilian, US-Latin American relations. And I'm proud to be part of this endeavor as well. I was supposed to talk about the contested election, right, to discuss the US presidential dispute and the American political crisis. And given that this topic is a very complex one, as you may probably agree with me, I decided that it would be better if I could just, produce a text and read it to you, and then we can expand later. And with this, I will try to be on time, all right? And be like my friend Rafael, respect, right, the deadline here that Professor Flavia has gently given to us. So, as I said, my presentation is called The Contested Election, the US Presidential Dispute, and the American Political Crisis. And as we know, and as we have expected, Donald Trump did not accept the results of the 2020 presidential elections. Let me just mark time here. And is trying hard to change them through several means, even though his chances of success, as we speak, are close to zero. We say here that Trump's undemocratic actions were expected because Trump himself provided every possible hint during the campaign that this was his strategy. Trump's hints went from false accusations of fraud in mail voting to racist allegations against Democratic-run cities and counties, calling for an army of patriots to act as volunteer poll watchers on election day, a clear move of voter intimidation. There's no point in listing here all of these Trump's authoritarian practices and how they indicated early on that the 2020 presidential election would probably be contested in the case of a Democratic victory, as it happened. Given that there were so many examples of Trump's actions and rhetoric against the legitimacy of elections, if we attempted here to do this listing, we would end up here talking about them only. The pertinent question then is not why the 2020 US presidential election has become the first one in US history when an incumbent president has refused to accept the results. Even in 1876, when almost a second civil war broke out due to the contested presidential race between Republicans and Democrats, we had a sitting president acting so explicitly and so systematically with the power of the White House on his behalf to abandon the results, as Trump is doing right now. Without doubt, we are witnessing a historical process in today's United States, even if this process had been all but certain, given Trump's abundant undemocratic indications. Instead, to me, the pertinent questions are, first, why haven't Trump's undemocratic efforts been successful so far? Despite all that he had done, the power that he has, he is the president of the most powerful and the richest nation on earth, and the fact that the majority of Republican members of Congress still had not recognized Joseph Biden as president-elect yet. And second, of course, what will be the consequences for the US and the world, and Latin America particularly, of having a sitting US president trying to stage a coup in order to remain in power, and failing that, a former president that will probably remain as the symbol of the Republican Party during a Biden presidency. A presidency, by the way, that he will not recognize as legitimate, and worse still, a former president who will have huge chances himself or some of his family members to be the next Republican candidate for the 2024 presidential elections. We don't have time here to fully explore both questions, but we can make some indications. And that's what I'll try to do from now on, particularly with regard to the first question. Why has Trump's undemocratic moves failed so far? There are some elements to take into account when you think about it. First, of course, even though Trump ended up with the largest amount of votes given to any Republican presidential candidate in history, as Professor Rafael Iori said, 74 million votes, Biden's margin of victory, not only nationally 7 million votes, more than 4%, but also in some key states, such as in Pennsylvania and Michigan, even if it did not represent the landslide that Democrats and opinion polls had predicted, was not only well above what legal academics call the, quote, margin of litigation, but also was unable to reach even what scholars and commentators have lobbed, quote, margin of contestation. To overturn this race, therefore, Trump needed to have not only thousands, not even dozens of thousands, but surely hundreds of thousands of votes discarded in several states, which was far from an easy task to accomplish. The sheer extension of Trump's political mission in order to override the election results made his so-called legal team embark upon an extraordinary, to use here a mild word, narrative, presenting arguments in courts and in the media aimed at disqualifying the largest number of votes possible. Otherwise, there was no way the race could be flipped. Then we had, for example, the absurd claims on glitches and frauds supposedly made possible by Dominion's voting machines and the company's connections to Hugo Chavez Venezuela, as well as the ludicrous idea, also fake by the way, that Republican volunteers were not allowed into election sites to watch poll workers count the votes. And thus, because of that, the argument went, all the votes of these counties should have been entirely discarded, disfranchising hundreds of thousands of people. As we know, the results of the Trump campaign's legal attempts, based on these extraordinary conspiracy theories, was a devastating and humiliating revoke in all states and federal courts. But other elements have also to be considered for us to understand why Trump's moves to override a democratic election have failed so far. Back in June this year, the Transition Integrity Project, TIP, an initiative developed by professors Rosa Brooks from Georgetown University and Niels Gilman from University of California, and that brought together a bipartisan group of roughly 100 informed political actors, from former politicians and campaign officials to public employees, academics, and media analysts, developed different scenarios for the then upcoming US presidential election, in order to give time for pertinent players and institutions to play ahead in advance what to do in the case of a contested race. Several elements that the TIP has included in its worst-case scenarios involving Trump's contestation of the results did not play out, not by far. 4 elements in particularly stand out. First, an alternative reality promoted by the conservative media, supporting most of Trump's fake claims, particularly with regards to frauds in mail voting. Second, an extensive and partisan employment of the federal government apparatus, especially Secretary William Barr's Department of Justice, DOJ, aimed at launched investigations and even conducting actions against supposed frauds in states and counties, reinforcing the narrative of a rigged election and opening ways for ballots to be eventually thrown out. Third, a strong and unprincipled partisan support by Republican governors, secretaries of state, and state legislators in key swing states, putting in practice strong, if not necessarily illegal actions in order to make sure that Trump would be the official winner in these states. And finally, fourth, massive pro-Trump demonstrations in support for the president's conspiratorial and false claims, putting constant pressure on elected officials, election workers, and the media. Let's think about each of these elements at a time. First, the media. There is no doubt that the most extreme radio hosts, YouTube commentators, and TV outlets, such as One News America, embarked upon Trump's wild claims since day zero, strongly disseminated them, and are still 100% on board with Trump. But the most crucial outlet, Fox News, the one that has the largest and the powerful capacity to influence dozens of millions of Republican and conservative citizens, didn't. For sure, some of Fox Star's anchors, such as Laura Ingraham, Tucker Carlson, and Sean Hannity, sang the voter fraud song in their daily evening shows. But even then, were not as forceful as many had first expected, and some of these anchors have already backed down weeks ago. Ingraham, for instance, proclaimed Biden president-elect on her show on November 24. And she even said that to claim otherwise meant living outside reality. Even more crucial than the attitudes of Fox anchors, Fox News was the first major TV network to have called Arizona for Biden. And this happened on the very election night itself, November 3rd. This move by Fox destroyed Trump's plan to proclaim victory on election night, as he clearly intended to do, asking for vote counting to stop immediately in all states. Eventually, he proclaimed victory anyway in a distressed speech at the White House on the early morning of November 4th, but without Arizona on his column and without Fox fully on his side, his speech did not have the same effect. Second, Trump was not able to apply the extensive machinery of the federal government for his authoritarian goals, especially William Barr's DOJ, even though he had tried very hard and is trying to do so right now as we speak. This was a surprising development, given that Secretary Barr was one of the several Trump officials who had been supporting Trump's absurd claims about mail-in vote fraud before the November elections. And Barr had even refused to say before the elections when asked whether Trump had the authority to change the date of the election, something that, according to U.S. laws, the president unambiguously could not do by himself. The story involving the federal apparatus began to play out against Trump's interests early on, especially on November 12th, when the head of the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, Christopher Krebs, released a public note stating that the U.S. presidential election was, quote, the most secure in history, end of quote, in response to President Trump's claim on the day before that the Dominion voting system had been responsible for deleting 2.000 million votes nationwide. Trump fired Krebs right after Krebs' note. Trump's swift act against Krebs was not enough to put other government officials in line. In contrast with Trump's wishes, the DOJ did not launch a massive and TV-style investigation on voter fraud, much less initiated actions against counties and states in order to throw out hundreds of thousands of legal votes. On December 1st, to get things worse for Trump, Secretary Bill Barr went beyond, proclaiming in public what Christopher Krebs had already said 3 weeks before. There was no evidence of what is widespread voter fraud that could have changed the election results. Another key piece for Trump's authoritarian plan to override the outcome of the election was tumbling down. Third, there was no unrestricted support by state Republicans to change local election results. This was also a surprising development, given how Trump appeared to have the entire Republican Party in his hand before the elections. Again, it's true, as we have already said before, that Republicans in Congress continue to be, some of them grudgingly to be sure, on Trump's side, much more by silencing before his explicit authoritarian moves than by publicly backing him up, even though there are some notable exceptions. See, for instance, South Carolina Senator Lindsey Graham, chair of the powerful and symbolic Senate Judiciary Committee, who continues to support the voter fraud thesis and even suggested to Georgia's Secretary of State, Brad Raffensperger, to throw out supposedly illegal mail votes in Georgia. If the majority of federal Republicans continue to play by Trump's rules, this is not definitely the case for state Republicans, even though there are also important exceptions here, particularly in Pennsylvania, where GOP state leaders have been pushing for the state to change his slate of electors in the Electoral College recently. But when we look at other places, especially GOP officials in other key states, particularly Arizona, Michigan, and the most incredible case to me, Georgia, the situation is very much different. These officials have been facing all kinds of moral harassments and pressure by Trump himself, by Trump's allies, and Trump campaign officials, and have even received death threats from Trump supporters in order to overturn electoral results, either through certification denials and certification postponements, or through the appointment of a different slate of state electors to the Electoral College, giving them to Trump. Despite all of these unprecedented moves, most Republican state officials, governors, Secretary of State, member of county and state canvassing boards, have fought back hard and without exception, even in the case of the Trumpist Georgia Governor Brian Kemp, decided for certifying results according to the voters' will, giving their states to Biden, the real winner. Again, Pennsylvania is proven to be an exception in this regard, even though the state Speaker of the House, Brian Cutler, a Republican, has refused to play so far by Trump's anti-democratic plan. The general picture is clear, though. To claim that the Republican Party is 100% in Trump's pockets, at least when it comes to state Republican officials, is far from reality. And this has been a crucial aspect of why Trump's move have failed so far. And finally, fourth, the feared wave of demonstrations that Professor Yoris has mentioned in his talk, led by Trump supporters, in defiance of the electoral results and backing up Trump's wild conspiracy theories, did not take place, at least not with the intensity and the extension necessary to create a strong political pressure to upend the narrative that Biden won the election, putting pressure on electoral workers, elected officials, and the media. Again, Trump has been receiving substantial financial support from supporters to continue his saga based on conspiracy theories. Also, the level of distress that election workers and elected officials in some states, due to moral harassment and death threats, are real and extremely dangerous. And there were some public and even some violent aggressive pressure and rallies here and there, particularly in the swing key states. One major demonstration in Washington, D.C. on November 15, the so-called Million MAGA March, far from having 1 million attendants, by the way, but nothing close to being capable of pushing for another turn of the electoral results. Trump's rally in Georgia last Saturday, regardless of the fact that it was an impressive one indeed, and I don't deny that, cannot hide the fact that it depended on Trump himself to show up in Georgia for it to occur. There was not, and still there is not, a spontaneous mass of demonstrations taking place in several states, and this indicates, I believe, the limits of Trumpism in terms of collective action and collective organization. Even more important, in contrast with what many have feared, myself included, that hundreds of white supremacists, so-called patriotic, pro-Trump armed militias, responsible for several tense episodes during this year, especially in cities where demonstrations against police brutality against blacks were stronger, did not back up Trump's wild claims against the election with violent acts, at least not until now. If it had happened, as members of the Transition Integrity Project have emphasized back in June this year, it could have sparked unpredictable consequences, prompting members of left-wing social groups, for example, such as the Black Lives Matter, to fight back violence with violence, and allowing Trump and other conservative actions to blame the left for all the violence and chaos that erupted as a result, similar to what Trump had done on the aftermath of George Floyd's killing in Minneapolis in May. With all that said, the basic question, of course, is what explains all these developments? Why hasn't Fox News backed Trump's narratives unambiguously since election night? Why have Trump top officials who were blindly following the president before, especially Secretary Bill Barr, refused to go along with Trump after election? Why haven't most state Republicans mimicked their colleagues in Congress, blocked their noses, and turned over the table in favor of Trump in key swing states? And finally, why haven't Trump supporters showed up in large numbers to back up their beloved leader in the streets? Unfortunately, I don't have time here to explore hypothetical answers to all of these questions, because right now this is the best that we can do to come up with hypotheses on potential answers. But it seems to me that here lies the key for us to begin thinking about the second question that I posed at the beginning of my talk, and that I want to let it here as food for thought for you. What will be the long-term consequences of Trump's refusal to accept the electoral results for American and even for world politics? If the trends in the media, state Republicans, and in the overall public landscape that we are experiencing right now take a hold in the near future, then I believe the capacity for Trump to disseminate and propagate his narrative will be weakened without the White House. But if the forces that underpin these developments prove to be temporary and the voter fraud narrative comes back with full force next year, similar to the dozens of conspiratorial theories propagated after Barack Obama was elected president November 28, and that culminated in the Tea Party backlash of the 2010 midterm elections, then not only Trumpism will tend to be alive and well, controlling cards in the Republican Party, but also the problems for the maintenance of the American power in the international system would grow stronger in Biden's presidency, intensified by domestic political instability and polarization. Of course, that many other variables will play out here, from how the economy will react to how Biden and his team will handle catastrophic effects of the pandemic in the United States. But one element interacted with these other ones related to how powerful Trump's narrative and actions aimed at delegitimizing Biden will be. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Felipe, for your presentation and for being perfectly on time. Before giving the floor to Inderjeet, I'd like to remember the audience that you can already present your questions through our chat, but also for the members of the INEU who are following us in the, not from YouTube. You may ask to present your question personally. Please send us your request. So now, Inderjeet, please, you have the floor.
Great. Thank you very much, Flavia, and thank you very much to Felipe and to Rafael for their very interesting and thought-provoking presentations, which give me an even tougher job to do, following two such brilliant expositions. So I thank you for that. But I want to say thank you also to INEU, the organization which I've grown to work with much more closely since you kindly invited me last year, which now seems like 1,000 years ago that we could sit down in a restaurant and enjoy some food and drink and discussions. But as a result of that visit last year, I've got to know many of you very well. And as Felipe said, we have been working together in sponsoring the US think tanks and foundations in world politics webinars. We have had 17 of them thus far in 2020, and we have one more later this week, and then probably some more in the spring next year as well. And I'm glad to say that some of our Brazilian colleagues have already presented or are going to present next year. I'm also developing an idea for a series of webinars entitled something like Global Conversations, Critical Perspectives, which basically try to bring together people from different parts of the world to discuss the biggest issues in world affairs in order to effectively give space for perspectives from different disciplines, different theories, different kinds of voices, different geographical regions, different groups of scholars. And I'll be in touch with my colleagues about that. So I'm really pleased to be here and to be collaborating with the colleagues, and also to put forward some ideas about how to explain where we are in regard to the United States and the United States system of government and its position in the world system itself. My remarks are entitled The American Elections and the Crisis of Liberal Order. And we watch the United States, the whole world watches the United States and has been for more than 70 years, because what happens inside the United States has a global impact. And no more has it been the case before than it is now. And as Rafael said, this is a historic election that we have just witnessed, a landmark consequential election for the United States, but also for the world system. It's been an identity-shaping election, which has featured the largest turnout since 1900. And that itself is very, very remarkable as a particular kind of achievement. Now, we may not agree, and I don't, that the United States is exceptional, but I think we do have to accept one thing, that is that the United States is no ordinary state. It is pivotal. It is a linchpin state in the world, and what goes on inside that state, as the leader of that broadly liberal international system, what happens within it has big impacts and ramifications for the whole of the world. And hence we watch the American elections with rapt attention. We ask ourselves, not only how did President Trump win 74 million votes, despite the depth of the crisis inside the United States in a whole variety of fronts, but that he is maintaining a particular role, and that is going to continue to have very large effects going forward. We know that there is a deep crisis in a wide variety of areas. And what I want to try to do today is look at the contours of the crisis very briefly. I want to look at how the United States got to the period, the condition of crisis that it's in now. And I want to ask, where is the United States headed? In each of those three areas, I want in particular to look at the role of the Democratic Party. The Democratic Party, of course, is now heading towards the White House. It has held the presidency on many, many occasions previously, and it has a particular kind of political role inside the country. And I think each of those areas has something to tell us about where we may be headed. Now, rather than sort of all doom and gloom, I want to take some of the maxims of Antonio Gramsci and maybe offer something much more optimistic and hopeful than the facts may bear out. But I want to show a little bit of optimism of the will, even if our pessimism is derived from our intellect. But I think there is a realistic possibility of a pragmatic foreign policy from the Biden administration, which in its very pragmatism might prove to be quite radical and a more than just a transition to a democratic president in itself. So when we look at the election, of course, elections tend to offer a very simple kind of choice, but they can also be very clarificatory. They can make things clearer. They can draw a line under a particular kind of development. They can tell us when some trend has been slowed or hindered or halted, and where new shoots of new beginnings might be made as well. But the current condition, as we can see it, is not going to be resolved by this election result. It is not a kind of one act show in which we see the United States shifting directions completely into a different direction. Then that's because the current condition of organic or systemic crisis at home and abroad in the United States took many decades to develop. It cannot be resolved by one particular election. And even if had there been a landslide towards the Democratic Party, it is not necessarily clear that that would have been a revolution in American politics in itself. So there was no clear choice or no simple choice on the 3rd of November, which would have resolved this particular crisis in the United States. Now, for the first sort of element of what I want to talk about, the crisis contours. I think these are fairly familiar and clear, but I just want to sort of state them briefly because it helps to make the kind of argument that I want to make. And of course, the pandemic is galloping ahead. There are 200,000 cases every day. 265,000 people have perished in the United States. 13 million cases in total have occurred. And President Trump basically failed to deal with that particular crisis, even as it affects the American economy itself or jobs and so on. That crisis has got much deeper, and the ability of the US economy to recover has not matched what China, for example, has been able to do, which means that the pressure on the United States to renew its economy and its economic strength to be able to compete with China is increased. It's more than just a pandemic, as in a health crisis. It's more than an economic crisis or a jobs crisis, but it's a crisis of government itself. It's the idea of government itself which is in crisis. And it suggests that government, more than incompetence, because this phenomenon, if you like, has been present right across different regimes, different political systems, more than just a crisis of pandemic and the economy. It's a crisis of the idea of government, or whether the government has a role to play in solving deep problems and situations and crises within major political systems, particularly within liberal democratic states. When Ronald Reagan said in 1981 at his inauguration, "Government is not the solution, government is the problem," he was inaugurating an entire shift in the way in which government itself is seen as something which does not need to be acting. It needs to enable, facilitate, and empower private, corporate, and other forces to act in the world and inside the United States and elsewhere. It is not the state. It's a rolling back of the whole idea of the state itself, and the empowering, if you like, of the corporation and of the market mechanism, which corporations seek usually to dismantle as well. But the power of the corporation as a radical shift from the idea of government or state responsibility, the very end, if you like, of the New Deal order, which had established the idea of government responsibility. And of course, we know there's also a crisis of inequality. That inequality as a result of the unleashing of corporate power, of state deregulation and state irresponsibility, the hollowing out of the social state, that inequality has galloped ahead in regard to class, in regard to race, to gender, and so on. And that series of crises, if you like, have also resulted in a crisis of legitimacy, a crisis in which neither party's supporters accept the other party as a legitimate force in American politics. They are deeply skeptical of the patriotism of the opponent. That is, they do not accept. And then there's a gap not only between the voter blocks of each party, but also between the electorate as a whole and the mainstream parties' leaderships. That is to say, there is a dislocation between voters in different parties, but the mass electorate and the mainstream leadership of the two main parties. And Raphael is absolutely right. People are voting more against the people they dislike than they are voting positively because an old white man who's age 78 is going to somehow change their lives, even though they hope to. They're looking for a respite from the crisis of the last 4 or 5 years, where the exhaustion levels of the American electorate and people, let alone the world's people, with what goes on in the White House and its environs, is basically drained the energy out of so many people. And what we have then, the contested election, is an inevitable result of the failure and the collapse of legitimacy. You know, President Obama was declared an illegitimate president, and wide swathes of the Republican electorate refused to accept him as an American. President Trump was declared an illegitimate president because he was said to be acting by large swathes of the Democratic Party that he was an agent of Russia or of President Putin. Now President Trump has declared that President-elect Joe Biden is an illegitimate president because he has stolen the election. There is an illegitimacy or a legitimacy crisis of the American political system, which is very deep. It has taken many decades to get here, and November the 3rd was never going to resolve that particular problem. And I think one of the reasons why it wasn't going to resolve that problem, even with a Democratic Party victory, is because of the nature and the role in America of the Democratic Party itself. The Democratic Party is a conservative party with a small c. It is a party of the state, it's a party of Wall Street and of the foreign policy establishment. In the 20th century, the Democratic Party was responsible for the majority of the major wars that the United States waged around the world, including World War I, World War II, Korea, and Vietnam. It wasn't until the Gulf War that the Republicans got a major chance to enter the fray. The Democratic Party is a party of the state and of the American foreign policy establishment. It is the architect of the post-1945 world order, which was fundamentally based, alongside the institutions and so on, fundamentally also based on coercion and the ability and willingness of the Democratic Party and its leaderships and presidents to wage wars. But domestically, its role is not necessarily to take on the Republican opposition in principled ways and by mobilizing masses of people. It is a party which demobilizes and disorganizes mass discontent. It is not the one which galvanizes the hatred and opposition of ordinary democratic and working people to what was going on in the White House in regard to practically every area of life. It was basically silent on large parts of Trump's violations of the Constitution. It was silent, and it remains silent largely on the Trump quiet coup, the contestation of what is a decisive election victory to the Democratic Party. They have refused to call out the threatening, intimidating language and calls for revenge that Trump used in Georgia on Saturday, where he basically threatened revenge against Republican Party leaders in that state itself, who have been receiving death threats by the thousand to their families and having sent nooses, ropes to be put around their necks to hang them with. And the Democratic Party has stayed silent on that question. And it basically, what has it done? It has reached out to the Republican Party as trying to cross the aisle and work with the opposition and so on, despite the fact for 4 years, the Republican Party leadership has denied every opportunity for cooperation. And on the other side, they have marginalized the left of their own party and not taken any responsibility or leadership of the massive protest movements which broke out all across the United States in regard to the unequal effects on working people of the pandemic, where they were given inadequate protection at workplaces from coronavirus infections and so on, and died by their tens of thousands. the Democratic Party did not do anything about that, but it marginalized the left. It marginalized the left inside the party and also outside of the party, which mobilized in the wake of the pandemic, and particularly through the groups of people associated with the Black Lives Matter movements against racist police violence, and then against the protests against the violence against the protesters who are mainly on peacefully protesting. That is to say, the Democratic Party's role and position and history in the United States politics needs to be well understood, because that is going to be a major predictor of the kind of America that is going to unfold as President-elect Biden takes office. How did the United States get to where it is today with this deep illegitimacy crisis of a gulf between the electorate and the two mainstream parties' leaders, as well as the gulf between the sets of voters for the two main blocks of parties as well? And I would argue that we have to look back to the 1960s, the post-1960s period, for the structural schism in the US body politic that appeared, and that has had deep roots in the social fabric of that society as well. That this bifurcation and institutionalization of right-wing and so-called liberal establishments, political establishments, social, cultural, institutional establishments, and constituencies, and that bifurcation in the post-1960s period, which was beginning with the rise of the new right and the rise of big corporate mobilizations, that basically won many, many devotees within the two main political parties. And that over a period of 20 years, from the early 1970s to the 1990s, effectively hardened into whole institutional ecosystems, separate, often rivaling one another, with less and less holding them together. And I would argue that the end of the Cold War was probably the last bit of glue which had held them together, but which gradually loosened in order to allow the rupture to break out into the open. By 1994, I think, with a contract with America that Newt Gingrich and others, it had broken up into a chasm, a rift, like the San Andreas Fault in California. And that bifurcation, if you like, also created, if you like, within that, there was a kind of reaction against the state, towards the market, towards the corporation, and that both main political parties embraced the more corporate, neoliberal, market-driven kinds of agendas, which generated huge amounts of mass inequality and therefore mass discontent, the rise of a coercive carceral state, where the United States now has the biggest prison population per capita in the world. That rising mass discontent could not be met by social reform. It was met largely by coercion and incarceration, including, by the mid-1980s, the development of militarized policing and the DoD programs called 1033, whereby the Pentagon was selling at very cheap rates or giving away any obsolete or no longer useful weaponry to local police forces, particularly in the inner city areas, to enforce the war on drugs, which Ronald Reagan had then declared by 1986. And that explosion of militarized violence, militarized policing, has, by the Obama administration, seen $4 billion worth of weaponry transferred from the Pentagon to local police forces, such that there are local police forces with a population of a town of a few thousand, which own tanks and armored cars and so on and so forth. And we see that fully on the streets in 2020 itself, and in the militarized form of policing of the George Floyd protests and so on. So you have this rising mass discontent based on this inequality, and then the response of the state in regard to that. But at the same time, in the 1970s, as the neoliberalism at home is opened up, so is opened up the kind of greater globalization of capital, the relocation of work from the Western Anglo-American democracies to what used to be called the Third World, the Global South. And that the globalization tendency, the market tendency, as well as automation and technology, pushed capital and loans and so on further outside of those zones, and then created the kind of wastelands in the Midwest and other parts of the West, which have created the populations and the electorates, which have actually led to the sort of despair among certain communities that Raphael very, very importantly pointed out. Those 2,500 counties that Trump won accounted only for 30% of total American economic activity. The 500 that Joe Biden won accounted for 70% of American economic activity. Those sparsely populated counties and states and regions of the United States go to Trump because he has repainted the Republican Party as the party of the working class. The Democratic Party has been remade as a party of identity politics. And that bifurcation is a very powerful factor from the 1970s. Now, in terms of how did we get here, what was the role of the Democratic Party in this entire decades-long process? I would argue that the Democratic Party was fundamental to this particular process of sowing and promoting and galvanizing this kind of organic crisis. Right the way through the 1990s with the Clinton programs of democratic peace, democracy promotion, coercive regime change, then support later on for the Iraq War, the corporate bailouts at the expense of working people in 2008, the violent regime change in Libya, and the hollowing out of the social state, as well as the promotion of market democracy, globalization, and the military violence and so-called forever wars, endless wars, which broke out with a vengeance after the end of the Cold War, but particularly intensified after 9/11. The Democratic Party has been responsible for that particular kind of program. That is, they dovetail with the leaderships of the Republican Party in the continuation of the program. And as Raphael says, for every Nixon, there's a Carter. For every Bush, there's an Obama. And for every Trump, there's a Biden. They come and pour the water on the flames that the Republicans set alight, but they do not go to the status quo ante. They build on the status quo, that new consensus which is constructed, and then they continue to go forward on that front. And it's a pragmatism, I think, which is important in that regard that I want to look at further. Because although the Democratic Party is a party of the state and the foreign policy establishment, as the ways I pointed out, it also has a very strong dose of pragmatism, as well as seeing a kind of bigger picture of the kind of the shifting contours of world power and the shifting capabilities of the United States to be able to cope domestically and globally with what is actually going on. Do they have the capacity, the confidence, the ability, and the authority to actually lead the world in the way in which they'd got used to for 70 years? And I think President Obama's pragmatism enabled him to see that actually the world, the shape of the world and America's role in it couldn't continue in the old way. And he was beginning to make some shifts. And you could see with the pivot to Asia and the Trans-Pacific Partnership, for example, what you could call a hegemonic reordering kind of strategy for Asia, within which a set of alliances, economic, political, and military and other, would be able to try to congage China. That is, contain and engage simultaneously, build a front, but at the same time create conditions in which China may be able to more further integrate into that system. But under Obama, we also saw Cuba and the Cuba thaw, which was surprising to many people. We also saw the Iran nuclear agreement, which was also surprising to many people. And I think that's an important factor to bear in mind as we go into where is the United States headed, which is my third element of my presentation. And this is where I think I want to try to sort of verbalize Antonio Gramsci's maxim of pessimism of the intellect, but optimism of the will. And I think if you garnish Gramsci with a little bit of Karl Kautsky, the old leader of the Socialist International 100 years ago, I think we may have the basis upon which we can see some glimmers, not necessarily of great hope, but certainly not a total deterioration towards violent conflict at home and abroad. And I think what we can see is that although the Republican Party and the Trump presidency has, we've seen what kind of damage it has done, and we've seen how much concentration of power and the violation of constitutional norms and maxims and so on that have gone on under Trump. In the end, there has been a massive amount of popular discontent with the Trump regime, the Trump administration. And that massive discontent, regardless of the fact it was unorganized by the Democratic Party, was able to exert huge amounts of influence, regardless of the fact that the Democratic Party was only channeling it towards their own particular electoral ends. But it has ended with a decisive rejection of the Trump administration. It has drawn a line under white supremacy. It has drawn a line, maybe a dotted line, under the shift towards authoritarianism. It has hindered and it has slowed down and delayed the whole shift towards a much more kind of alt-right, extreme right, far right, fascistic right movement organized from the White House, where Stephen Miller, for example, the longest lived advisor to President Trump, was able to organize such a program which was encouraging too armed right-wing militias, which were then called upon in various ways. And although Felipe rightly argues that the nightmare scenario of the extreme right wing didn't materialize, the fact is that the FBI arrested more than 24 of the members of extreme right-wing groups who were plotting to kidnap and assassinate the governors of Michigan and of Virginia, and that they are continuing to operate with some police support, which they also received during the George Floyd protest movements as well. That is to say that that genie has been released out of the bottle, and it's not going to be so easy to try to contain that force which has been released, and I think is going to continue to be an important force within the sort of political arena for some time to come. But nevertheless, despite all that, despite the power of the White House and the federal government and the bully pulpit and so on, and the inaction of the Democratic Party, mass protest, mass discontent has definitely had a massive effect on what you could call, what Alvin Goldner called, an iron law of democracy. That is, wherever there is concentration of power and the repressive power and more and more restricted of rights and authoritarian, there is also an opposite reaction which builds over time too. And that exploded in strike activity, in school teachers, delivery workers, Amazon workers, steel workers, auto workers, and so on, right across the economy, intensified during the pandemic, and then those protests about George Floyd and other knock-on effects as well. The people will rise up and demand their freedom, their democracy as well. And it's not, even if they're not organized by the Democratic Party. And I think that's an important factor. And the other thing, of course, is which Felipe also pointed to, although he didn't call it this, is that there is also a set of deep structures within the American body politic. That is to say that you can have in the White House probably the most disruptive individual and administration, regardless of, disregarding norms and so on, and the Constitution and law and the rule of law, and trying to appoint judges and appointing judges by their hundreds right across the system. Nevertheless, the deep structures which are embedded within the American body politic stood up pretty well. This was not a close election in the end. 7 million votes is not close. But had it been closer, maybe the test would be sterner. But nevertheless, you could argue, if you look at the states, the counties, the cities, the courts, civil society, even the news division of Fox News, and some elements of the state Republican parties and their elected officials had to, in the end, recognize that there are such things as facts, there are such things as votes, and there are people who count them, and that however many times you count them, they still tally to a victory for the Democratic Party in those key states. And those structures refused to be bowed. They refused to violate the Constitution and the law. And I think we have to give credit to that. There are a lot of countries in which the quiet coup that Trump has been fomenting could have been carried out. The military refused to enter into politics after that that walk he did to that St. John's Church in Washington, D.C., where he said he wanted to invoke the Insurrection Act of 1807 and so on. And they, after that, refused to do so. That is to say that not only is the mass of the American population deeply committed to democratic rights and civil liberties and so on, and to protesting for those rights, but there are also deep structures within the institutional system of the United States itself. And so I think those factors are really very, very powerful in affecting domestic politics in the Biden period that we are going to be entering. But I would argue that there are deep structures at the international level as well. And those deep structures are the global interdependencies which have developed since the 1970s in particular, which have meant that the, if you like, disruptive revolutionary powers like China, which were supporting national liberation movements in the 50s and 60s in Africa and elsewhere, and which were arming and financing and educating through ideology and so on, people who are against Western power. That power is now in part of the globalized system, and that power is also integrated into the liberal order. In fact, China's position today is owed to the United States, which helped to elevate it into, with Chinese elite backing and support, or the Chinese so-called Communist Party support. That is to say that the big economies of the world, including the emerging economies, emerging powers, are actually where they are today because they have been able to be integrated. And when I argued earlier on that in the 1970s, that the deindustrialization of the West led to the industrialization of other parts of the world, then in effect, those emerging powers today are the result of those policies which were pursued from the 1970s in the redistribution of world of work and capital and so on and so forth. But those have created, if you like, interdependencies. Now, some people call them managed enmities. The Carnegie Endowment for International Peace refers to it in those kinds of ways. That is to say, what we have is global competition. We have competition broadly within a system of rules in which there are always going to be tensions and turbulences and so on. And then there's a jockeying for position for hegemon, if you like, which the US claims China is trying to knock off of the top spot. And that may be the case. But what we've got in the end is a sort of messy system where the US cannot actually do what it wants. It is incapable of doing it. And it's largely incapable of doing it because there are other stronger powers in the world, but also because its own domestic population has considered the aggressive hegemonic role it has played to be illegitimate. It is not for no reason that both parties' platforms in 2020 included opposition to forever wars. The Trump party and the Biden party platform were in opposition to endless wars. There's a good reason for that, because the American public no longer has an appetite for that level of military violence and interventionism and unilateralism and so on. So here what we see then is a kind of platform in which we have a sort of messy multipolarity developing in the world, which may in the next 2 or 3 decades emerge as some form of newly distributed world order, which has a better, stronger place for the emerging powers, but underpinned with some instability because of the inequalities of the globalized order itself. But we also have, if you like, the Biden presidency, which wants to restore some level of normalcy, some level of moderation and of order, and so on. And I think it's worth considering what the possibilities of that might be. On the one hand, you've got what Felipe and Rafael said is the continuing influence of 74 million Trump voters and of Trump and of Trumpism. And I think that's a factor which is really important. But I think there are parts of Trumpism which are important, which could be a legacy taken forward by the Democratic Party too. That opposition to that support for restraint in military intervention. Trump, for all his faults, like Jimmy Carter, did not start a new war, did not start a new American war in the world. He proved to be relatively restrained in comparison with previous Democratic administrations. Democratic voters on foreign policy are to the left of Joseph Biden. The millennials are much more to the left than the rest of the population, and they mobilize in a very big way to deliver the victory for Joe Biden himself. And there are even those, as I said, Republican voters who have had enough of US meddling in the Middle East. But we also have Biden's pragmatism too. He entered senatorial politics against the Vietnam War. He opposed the Gulf War. He opposed the intervention in Libya. He opposed the military surge in Afghanistan. And he also opposed the mission against Osama bin Laden, for example, as well. Yes, he supported the Iraq War, and he did quite a lot in order to prevent the opposition to that in the Senate as chair of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. But it suggests that he is a pragmatist, not just sort of necessarily fully on board of a particular position. And that suggests that there are possibilities. And the second thing I would say about Biden is that his age is a significant factor too. I think he may well be entering the White House with a mentality of a second term, not a first term. That is a last term. And that, I think, may have an effect on the way in which he sees the way forward. That is to say, his historic legacy. What is he going to leave behind? What is he going to do which may build a platform for the future, as opposed to a return to normalcy or the normalcy which brought President Trump to power? Now, I think any pessimist would say, or realist would say, that his appointments don't look that great up to now in foreign policy and national security. He seems to be wanting to appoint people, as I read somewhere, the people he had named a week ago or so had between them 150 years of experience in previous administrations. That does not necessarily augur too well for going forward. But I would argue that there are many things that he could do, even without the Senate, which could actually improve the situation in the world. He is much more committed to multilateralism than his predecessor. He is much more committed, as people have said, to the international system of the World Health Organization, of the Iran nuclear agreement and the Paris Climate Accord, the UN Human Rights Council. He's more committed to the idea of kind of democracy and so on, and international cooperation and building relationships and alliances and not necessarily fracturing them. And I think that could be an important key factor. At the same time, he has his hands full at home with the pandemic and its economic effects and the entire sort of polarized, fractured, divided nature of the country itself. How is he going to undercut that? How is he going to go on new military adventures with that depth of a crisis at home? And I think it could well be that the next 4 years, his 4 years, may be tied up much more with renewing American strength. And that means that pragmatically, a more constrained, restrained foreign policy than might have otherwise been the case. And that might give, therefore, a breathing space for the development of a much more kind of less tense and less turbulent world system than we might have seen in the last few years. So this is not a promise of peace, harmony, love all around, but it suggests that there are pragmatic reasons to think that Biden's own history may enable something more restrained or kind of liberal restraint. And when we look at John Eikenberry, the Princeton scholar, his most recent book, published just in the last few days or weeks, Making the World Safe for Democracy, I think you see within the liberal internationalist camp a kind of desire for restraint, a desire for less hubris, not an end of history kind of expansion of liberalism and so on, a much more kind of curbed, tame, controlled, and pragmatic stepping back from military adventurism. and more focusing at home. So I think the Biden presidency may well enable some of that kind of program. As I understand it, the Biden teams are reading that book as if it's the last book on earth. So it may be worth us all getting hold of that book as soon as possible as a clue towards the kind of things that might intellectually underpin the Biden presidency's foreign policy. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Indrajit, for this such an insightful presentation. We had three excellent presentations. So, and we're on time, so we still have time for questions and at least one round of comments from our three presenters. There are questions here from the audience, from Tatiana, from INEU itself, regarding domestic and international contradictions. One question from Tatiana, you might see it in your chat. The question is, in which ways all recent controversies, contradictions can impact U.S. international image and attempt to keep its global leadership? And the following question is specifically on the transatlantic relations. The Trump administration's support for Brexit has caused a lot of mistrust among Europeans. What would be perspectives on transatlantic relations on the US and EU with Biden in power? And another question, the same question, the EU Commission said EU-US partnerships needs maintenance and renewal if the democratic world wants to assert its interests against authoritarian powers. I would add, there are a new question now, no, only congratulations. I would add, after listening to the three presentations, so there's questions on transatlantic relations. Indrajit mentioned hegemonic reordering and maybe Asia in this new moment, which isn't the same as the Obama moment, in the context mainly of this restraint this desire of restraint you have mentioned. Maybe Indrajit and the two other colleagues, but Indrajit, who knows a lot about the American establishment on foreign policy, if you could come back to Latin America, Rafael already mentioned it. Is there a possibility that that China's presence in Latin America may stimulate some kind of long-term strategy towards Latin America, and if there are economic interests at stake strong enough to renew U.S.-Latin American relations? We might suspect that even particular issues of the Trump administration, such as the importance that the Inter-American Development Bank presidency had in recent months, suggest this is important already for Trump, and it could be also for the Biden administration relations with Latin America. So maybe we could have the same order for your comments as we first had. So Rafael, could you start, please?
With pleasure. First of all, let me commend the thoughtful presentation by my colleagues, Felipe and Inderjeet. It was such a pleasure. I'll comment briefly on these things. We don't have too much time, and I wanted to, if I may, pose a little bit of a pushback to Inderjeet in light of such an insightful presentation. So I think I would just try to talk about the different questions together. I mean, they're basically talking about U.S. leadership and transatlantic relations and the role of China. I mean, clearly it's the world is changing. China-U.S. rivalry, let's just call it rivalry, right? It's the new sort of main contour, right, of the world as we see it in the upcoming years. What's going to come out of that? In that sense, it's absolutely undeniable that the United States leadership, United States image, soft power, let's call it, in the world has been stained, right? Has eroded. I mean, there's a huge distrust in former partners, right, of what the direction the United States was moving towards, especially in Europe. And I will let Inderjeet talk more about that, since he is based in Europe and is much more abreast of these events. But there's that will have to be rebuilt, right? I don't think it's irreparable, and I don't think it has been there's a rupture there. But the United States engagement is going to have to be, there's going to have to be a lot of dialogue. I think there's a great willingness on Europe and other partners, right, to reestablish a more cooperative relation. And I think Biden and the people he appointed to his foreign policy decision-making process are very eager and keen to do that. So I think there's a lot of work to be done, but there's a lot of interest in that work. And willingness and engagement to be seen that will be established. And again, the rivalry with China, I think it's a key. It's not clear cut, right? It's not a new Cold War. It's much more hybrid and complicated than that, I think, because there's a much more interdependence with China in the United States, but also globally in Latin America, in Europe. So it's not just kind of come to our side against China. It's way more complicated than that. There will be much more topic and theme-based sort of decision-making, technological advances and so forth. But I would be very surprised if there's not a huge rebuilding on this transatlantic relations and the element of authoritarian rising, force, be it Russia, be it China, will be one element of this conversation to be had. What's going to come out of that, of course, is to be seen. If I may just add that, and then when Inderjeet speaks, hopefully, I would like him to sort of, see if he could comment briefly on my, not pushback, but in light of your optimism, which I'm very, very inspired by, but given that the Democrats, let's call it, betrayed, right, the will of the people in many ways, repeatedly, as you said, and rightly so. My question in a nutshell is how far can you take that, right? I do think there's a greater sense of urgency today. And this was a very decisive, maybe turning point element when really people took to the streets and really people made the decisive vote, right? In Philadelphia, in Detroit, and so forth, in Pittsburgh. One more betrayal. How is this going to come out, right? I agree that the future of the Democratic Party, along with the sort of Trumpism and relations with the Republican Party, are going to be decisive. But can the people will of the progressive forces be betrayed once again, or not, right? That's my question. And again, thank you. I'll let the others speak.
Can I speak?
Yes, Felipe, please.
All right. And thanks, Professor Flavia, and also very good speech by Professor Palmer. Very interesting, and also extremely interesting for us to think about not only the structural things that are happening in domestic United States, but also in a domestic international order as well. So let me just talk a little bit. I think Tatiana has raised this question about the recent problems that have been happening in the United States and the contested election and the strength of Trumpism during the Biden presidency, and how this can impact the U.S. power abroad. I think that's a very interesting point, because we talked here about Biden coming back to normalcy, or as Inderjet has said, going beyond normalcy, right? I'm trying to be more pragmatic and no more forever wars and etc. But it's crucial to know whether this Biden presidency, or this second term presidency, as Inderjet has called it, is going to continue over time. And this is going to depend on the strength of Trumpism. It's going to depend on how, Trumpism and the Republican Party is going to, experience the Biden presidency. And this is going to translate on the strength of the Biden presidency in terms of foreign policy making. Because if it's going to be clear that Trumpism is alive and well, and it's strong in US society, it means that not only the 2022 midterm elections, but also the 2024 presidential elections, Trumpism or something related to Trump can come back. And the American first, foreign policy landscape can come back too. So I think that's a point that we should look into, and how this is going to dialectically come together to give strength or even to weaken the Biden capacity to implement a different foreign policy. So my point is, if I'm in Europe, for example, as Professor Rafael has raised the point about transatlantic relations, how can I trust a rebuilding relation if some years from now everything can come back together? That's a thing that I believe we should look into. And I also think Professor Rafael is right. Even though if you look at things that Anthony Blinken has said and written during the first part of the 21st century, and particularly Jake Sullivan. I think Jake Sullivan is a very interesting case, what he has read and the projects that he has led, particularly when it comes to building a foreign policy that cares about the US middle class. There is a clear consciousness that what Professor Parmar has called the wasteland, the Midwest wasteland. This is a structural problem that if we don't address it clearly, we keep the structural conditions for Trumpism to come back in the near future. So I believe from the things that I have read recently by Sullivan, by Blinken, and by this, these guys in the establishment that you're right, Parmar, that have together, related to more than 150 years of, policy experience, I think that they deeply understood that there is no way that the US liberal order based on forever wars and based on unilateral, interventions can continue in the near future. And they understood that the structural conditions in the United States needed to be addressed by a different foreign policy. I'm not saying that's going to be easy, because that's not going to be easy. And I would go further. If you read the things that are going to, they're making in the US Senate, and how there's a kind of bipartisan understanding of the need for a rebuild in transatlantic relations, in the need to not necessarily contain China. Even when it comes to China, you see Sullivan, for example, saying that it's not possible to come back to a Cold War mentality when it comes to China. You have to combine different strategies. You have to cooperate with China when it comes to transnational issues, environment, terrorism, or arms proliferations, and also the fact that you need to, before talking about cooperation, you need also to compete, but sometimes to dispute China in other matters. But to come back to a Cold War mentality, that's very much impossible. So to sum up my points, and I really understand that even though the same people that are taking foreign policy and Biden administration may be for a long period with the Obama and Hillary and etc. I think the conditions have changed, and somehow they understood that conditions have changed. This doesn't mean that the situation is going to be easy, but I think that it gives us a little bit of optimism to think about a different world in the United States participating in that world. So thank you again for the opportunity, Professor Flávio.
Thank you, Felipe. Inderje, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you very much for letting me come after two really very good, wide-ranging addressing of the questions. It's difficult to know how to begin because there are so many interrelated levels going on. But let me start with Karl Kautsky. I think the reason why I keep talking about him, I think when we look at the world, the state of the world and the way in which it's interconnected and interdependent, interlocked, the movement around the world, the cosmopolitan elites, their ideas and their thinking about the market, the corporation and the state, and the idea of the international or the global, we have a consensus broadly amongst the world's elites in the leading states at the very least, which includes China and India and many other states that we would normally expect, in Brazil, but also Indonesian, Mexican, and others, not to mention European Union. That is to say that the ruling elites of these different states, economies, and societies actually have a social, economic, cultural, and ideological, institutional, financial interlocking, dovetailing, and interdependencies. That is, they see the system, if you like, as a whole, and the parts of it and how they function as a whole as producing what they believe are valuable outcomes. And there have been some valuable outcomes of internationalism and of globalism. There are less people in poverty and dire poverty, fewer people who are hungry, and so on, as a result of many of these developments. Industrialization of many countries in the global south has increased the product of those countries. It has decreased the inequality between those countries. The problem is that you can have Kautsky at one end unifying, but the thing that Kautsky said was that these people unify on the basis of exploiting and dominating their own populations and helping one another to dominate the other's populations. And that inequality, which is now within state societies and economies, is actually the biggest source of turbulence in the world system. And that's happening in the United States as well. That this very successful global order, globalization and so on, from the 1970s onwards, it has created vast amounts of wealth. Unfortunately, the vast majority of that new product is in the hands of relatively few people. We used to talk about the 10%, then the 1%, and now we talk about the 0.1%. There are trillions and trillions of dollars. There's no shortage of money in the world. It just happens to be in the hands of very few people and in offshore tax havens and so on and so forth, which is to say that I think Kautsky's position, which is what he called ultra-imperialism, is that there is a kind of interdependencies between ruling elites around the world, around a particular concept and their interests, even where there is competition. But they develop ways in which they try to manage their enmities and their competition. Doesn't mean to say you can't have it breaking out into confrontations. So I wouldn't expect peace, love, and harmony, but certainly you can expect what the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace called it, managed enmity. America does not, in the West, does not like the fact that the South and the East and others are suddenly challenging after 500 years of supremacy. That is not going to be easy to accommodate, but economic and other interests done that. But that's what I would say, is that the domestic basis of this global order, I think that is where the problem lies, because the people within those states and societies are the ones who are suffering the most. And every chance they get, they are batting against the establishment. They're electing unusual leaders, unorthodox leaders, who promise them change. They promise them the working person is going to be at the heart of their government. They're going to give government back to the people and make their country, India, Russia, China, America, Brazil, great again, or whatever. But these are kind of, if you like, divide and rule strategies of those same elites, because they know these are dead ends. They're not going anywhere. So what we've got is I think the instabilities of the international system come from the instabilities of the domestic results of the international system itself. And I think that level of repair has shocked, the necessity for repairing has shocked the elites in the West and other parts of the world. The other day, 2 weeks ago, less than 2 weeks ago, 250 million Indian workers declared a general strike, the biggest general strike in the history of the world. That is Hindus and Muslims and Sikhs and Christians and people of no faith whatsoever. Hindutva does not fill their stomachs. Hindutva does not give them any material benefits. It gives them a psychological wage, which is like candy floss. It disappears as soon as the sweetness has entered to your mouth. And I think that is the biggest problem. And Brexit and Trump, Bolsonaro and Modi and many others are the product of that. But do they solve the problem of those very people who put such faith in them? They don't. So I think that is where the politics of change has a kind of, if you like, has developed a permanent group of people, increasingly unified, to try to attack. The biggest issue, I think, in my mind, is that there is no ideology, like socialism before, 100 years ago, communism, and so on, which is able to unify all the range of issues and problems that people face, and thereby provide leadership and a line to try to sort of make it coherent. And that's where parties like the Democratic Party are able to use various, and obviously Republicans as well, to sort of galvanize voters with various calls, but actually they don't really tend to solve those fundamental problems because they're parties which are so locked into the corporate economy, donations and system that they find it difficult to see. And I think therein lies a big problem. And I think when we look back at American history and maybe other countries as well, when you see radical change occurring like the New Deal, what you see there is not only mass discontent and a sort of structural economic problem, but you also see elites with new agendas, new hegemonic projects, which combine discontented elites unwilling to pay the price of the crisis, who fear. But then, you look at the international context, you have fascism, you have communism, that is, you have alternative ideological strategies and political movements, mass movements, which frighten liberal Democrats too. We don't have that. And I think that is a kind of big problem. So we've got turbulence of incoherent masses of discontent at home, which are refusing to recognize the right of those elites to continue to govern in the old way, but who have no program of their own, and which leads to nationalistic, chauvinistic calls by leadership to galvanize them into these national America first and so on, which then create international tensions and exacerbate tensions and turbulence and so on. And it seems to me that the biggest problem is the failure to develop coherent leadership and a philosophy which can actually unify so many of those discontents into something which could constitute. And the second thing is the elites. You don't have to go very far. You can read any risk management firm, any hedge fund manager worth his salt at one of the big New York or London firms. They're all telling you there's a big crisis coming. There's a crisis of elite authority. It's 1938 or 1937 or whatever. But do they do anything about it? They don't do anything politically because they don't fear there's a price to be paid at the moment.
Let me be rude and interrupt you, Inderjeep, and say in your comments now you're being way less optimistic.
Well, maybe, but Kautsky gives you room for optimism in the sense that there's no structural kind of, like the Cold War, for example, there isn't a kind of ideological, existential sort of armed camps with nuclear weapons aimed at each other, with military alliances and ideologies which go right around the world, which generate various kinds of tensions of that type. What you have is global economic competition at the moment, but because it happens within that system of rules and not territorial acquisition, I think it means that there is bases upon which accommodations are more likely than wars. So when you look at realist IR scholars, they look at China and the United States and the rising hegemon, declining hegemon, and they predict some sort of hegemonic transitional warfare, or inevitable, or virtually inevitable warfare between the rising and the declining. And I don't think that scenario actually necessarily accords with those facts. So it may be a soft optimism, or it's a soft pessimism, or something in between. But I think that does mean something in world politics, and it also means that domestically, it's a struggle for those elites to maintain themselves. They played their cards now. They played the hard right-wing card of the Trump. You couldn't get worse than him in terms of playing an extreme right-wing, anti-rule of law, anti-conventional, anti-everything, white supremacy, divide and rule, and so on. And it's failed. Now, it doesn't mean it's going to fail forever. And that's where Felipe says is the key thing. What does Biden do? And that's where I was hoping that Biden sees it as a second term, where he thinks, I'm leaving now. I'm 78. I'm going to be 82, 80, whatever, when I leave. That's going to be my last hurrah. 50 years, 51 years in American politics. How do I want to leave? Where do I want my biographers? What should I be known for in American history? Is it just preparing the path back to Trumpism? Or is it doing something pragmatically, just because there's such a deep crisis at home and there's such a deep crisis internationally, that staying out of those crises and just sort of cooperating multilaterally a bit more and diminishing those tensions. And there's a website called Code Pink. They said there are 10 easy wins that Biden could do, which could actually help make the world just a little bit less tense, a little bit less militaristic and confrontational. And I think those could be done by executive order. A lot of those could be done by Biden in the White House without the Senate. If he focuses at home and tries to repair some of the damage, that's a possibility of then mobilizing and giving coherence to maybe the progressive forces. Sometimes it's the more conservative forces, pragmatically, who do the more radical things than the radicals who come in claiming to be radical and carrying out those particular strategies. So they're the kind of things. I wrote an article in The Wire, which was published yesterday. You can read that. You may think I'm in cloud cuckoo land, but I felt at the end of 2020, we needed something perhaps to give us a little bit of hope, at least, and not the usual heap and heap and heap of pessimism.
Let's hope the president-elect advisors are listening to you.
I doubt it.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Inderjeet, Felipe, Rafael, for those extraordinary presentations, very insightful talks, and I'm sure for all of us this is really substantive food for thought for our work at INEU. I should mention also, as was the case in previous session, also this morning, that your comments, Inderjeet, also give us food for thought for our domestic politics regarding elites and elite support for extreme right politics, and for our work on the international order. I didn't mention at the beginning of the session that since last year, Inderjeet became a member of our INEU's consultative board, and we expect to have you with us in frequent occasions, and together with Rafael and Felipe, I think we want to thank you very much. I thank you in the name of the INEU's coordination, and well, wish you all the best for coming moments, and we will read your article to know a bit more behind what you brought us today. We run out of time. Thank you so much. And we have the journal meeting this afternoon for the others. This is the last session of our annual seminar. I thank all of those who have been together with us for these 2 days. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Be well. Stay well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Flavia and Felipe and Rafael. It's great to see you. Such a pleasure to discuss such big questions.
Yeah.
Amazing.
To continue, to be continued.
Yeah, absolutely. It's very difficult actually to discuss real-time, real-world events and try to make sense of them with some sort of
I think we're live. Yeah,
It was still live. Yeah, I think.
I don't know. I was expecting.
No, just to let Professor Parma know.
Well, luckily, I didn't use any bad language, so that's all right.
No, that's good. We are lucky.
Revive Lyndon